I'm host Eric, host of Talking to Famous People, and this morning I am going to bring to you something that's a lot more than just a live stream, okay? When live streams reach a fevered pitch, and then that fevered pitch crescendos into a climax, well, that's when a simple live stream becomes something a lot more fancy, namely a soiree. And that's what you've stumbled upon today is a morning time soiree. If you're like a lot of people, you find it difficult to attend sufficient number of soirees given the lack of soirees being offered. But today, I present to you an easy solution to that. By attending this live stream, you can get a soiree checked off your list and also get to hear me talk about stuff. And oh, what a treat that is. Hey, everybody. Did you hear the good news? Eric's available for us to listen to him talk about things. It's true, right now he is. He can talk about this or that, the other. It's hard to say. Regardless, we're in for a real treat, I expect. But after all, Eric's saying words. Oh, you guys are too kind. Sure, my words are worth 1 billion pounds of platinum times 1 billion pounds of gold times 1 million pounds of rhodium. That's how much each of my words is worth in actual monetary value. But, you know, if you're like me, you care more for truth than money, okay? Because truth's pretty important. That's like almost as important as food. Welcome to the soiree, Acacia. I get it. Everyone's minds are being blown right now. Nobody went to their computer this morning and said, hey, I might have an opportunity to attend a soiree. And, all of a sudden, here you are at a soiree, you're underdressed, you're wearing a hang 10 t-shirt, tank top with board shorts and flip-flops. And it's a black tie affair. Acacia, well, she goes out into the garden area and hides among the other trees, escaping notice for the time being. But deep down inside her heart, she knows she's going to have to find a little black dress to put on. You're welcome. Yeah, a lot of people aren't hosting soirees anymore, but I still host them regularly. Uh, Usually it's by myself. It's just me and the TV. We have a soiree together. You decked out in bark and leaves. I'm decked out in bark and leaves. You are too, 'cause you are a tree. You and I can behave as trees do. We can stand still and nobody see us. Everybody say, hey, look, that's the tree. Stand still and nobody catch us. How can they? They can't see that we're people. 'Cause we look exactly like trees. Let's try. So much coldness on it. How did I get so much coldness on top of this chair? There, now it's going good. It gets a little cloggy like Sunday morning sometimes, this torch, the bong obviously clogs. All bongs do. It's implicit to what they are and the job they perform. Clogging is to bongs as singing is to songs. It's what you do to them. Those are two of my favorite activities, singing songs and clogging bongs. Also, enjoying a refreshing pour of Florida's natural grapefruit juice. That's right, F and GJ, back again for the first time forever without stopping. It's nature's most delicious nectar, born of the grapefruit. It's like orange juice, but with butter. Cause it's made out of grapefruits. Oh yeah, somebody paid me on PayPal. I gotta email them. See what day and time they want to be typed. I gotta see what day and time they want to be typed. I am sure they are feeling very hyped because I said, okay, I'll type you. It's $100. Well, the only reason I was making faces with that amount of grapefruit juice is because I had a melted Adderall in my mouth, which is making my mouth taste very much like amphetamines. If you've ever tasted amphetamines, then you will know that there's a reason you don't purchase them in the spice section of the supermarket. They don't taste good, and they don't make food taste good. They taste like random chemical bitterness. They're bitter as a lemon, maybe even bitterer. They're bitter as an aging, unmarried ENTJ woman who always prioritized career over love. And now she's missed her window of opportunity, and she's feeling pretty bitter about it. She had wanted to have exactly one kid who was a prodigy in music, math, and arts. But now she's 47, and Daryl doesn't even want to get married. What is she going to do? I know. She'll launch a new startup, make millions on telling other women how to avoid her tragic fate. With the accompanying New York Times bestseller, Don't Be a Spinster. If you be a spinster, you be being sinister. This is the actual title of the book. Penguin Publishing really said, like, hey, can we not? I wish I could recall what food I was eating the other day with someone. It was avocados. I remember for you. You were eating avocados, and then you said, hey, you know what? I could probably put a little salt on this avocado. Remember? And then you put a little salt on it, and it tasted a lot better. And you were like, damn, I gotta remember to put salt on avocados from now on. I was there. I was in the other room. You didn't see me, but I was there. I was peeking through a hole in the wall watching you eat your avocados. Texting Rachel pictures of you eating avocados. With comments like, would you look at that? Well, look at her go. And I was such banalities. Behind the camera, what I'm looking at is an awning, an untapped awning. And I'm not sure this awning will ever be tapped because why do we need an awning out here? It's supposed to be a deck, right? Yeah, it's pretty weird that that really happened. And then when we got home, Rachel and I have a board, a cork board that's got picture pinned to it with different colors of string connecting the pictures so we can solve mysteries that way. And we put a couple pictures of you eating avocados with a question mark on them. How did this link in? We assigned you the color greenish blue for your string. So far, we've only got 2 links made, but it appears that you might be the mistress of a Mexican drug cartel king pen. Or you were previously. You've been out of that life now for about 6 months, but it's dragging you back in. The first way they get you back into the cartel is by sending you a box of delicious avocados. That's how they incentivize your continued participation in their criminal enterprise. The link unravels. Well, that's why you were eating avocados, as far as I can tell. As far as Rachel and I can tell. We're using a lot of intuitive leaps in our investigations. Avocados come from Mexico, therefore you must be in cahoots with the cartel kingpin. You know, that kind of leap. But I'm sure our intuition is right. Like, I had a dream last night. You, Acacia, were lost in front of a Mayan temple. What does it mean? I think it means that you want to marry a goat and then sacrifice it on an altar and roll around in its blood. I'm reading your palms right now. Let's see. You will be involved in a Mayan sacrifice, but won't be the one sacrificed. Good news, Acacia. Of course, I should warn you, Mayans have a passionate hatred towards acacia trees. So you're likely to become furniture in short order. Hey, I don't I don't tell the spirit guides what to say. They just tell me what they tell me. And I'm just relaying the news to you, okay? I have many spirit guides. I have squatting warthog. He's an ancient Indian tribal elder who comes to me in my dreams and gives me advice sometimes. I also have the spirit of wolf. He's a wolf that comes to me in my dreams, and he howls. Howl! And then in the dream, I interpret the warbles of the howl to be speaking to a given person's future or destiny. Um, there's another spirit guide I called Mr. Manifest. He's basically a poltergeist of an ENFJ who's really, really positive and really committed to letting go of his past. That's why he's got all this cool stuff. He manifested it, you know. Well, I don't speak wolf per se, but I can interpret the different warble qualities of a wolf's howl, and I can get pretty exactly correct about it. So last time a wolf howled in one of my dreams was about a week ago, and what he told me turned out to be true that Russia was going to begin dropping thermite bombs on Ukraine. I said, hey, you know, Wolf, this is a little dark for the middle of the night. I'm trying to get a good night's sleep here, and you've got me thinking about war-torn former Soviet bloc countries. That's not what I asked for, but that's what I got, you know. When Sasquatch appears in a dream, it means somebody near me will be making carrot soup. I've got a thick bucket of dream interpretation symbol things. Like a river in one of my dreams means I have to go pee, but a lake means I've already gone pee. Meanwhile, rain in a dream means that I'm going to get wet soon. Whereas wind in a dream means, no, I won't get wet. To really grasp all the nuances of dream interpretation, you've got to work at it daily, every day, every night. Every night, instead of sleeping, I just stay up writing down my dreams. Yeah. The experience you've most while sleeping. The experience you've most had when sleeping. The experience I've most had when sleeping is resting and drooling on my pillow. That's my most common sleeping activity. Is probably either drooling or rolling onto my side. The I had a couple of strange experiences associated with sleeping, but most of the ones that I remember as particularly unusual uh, were ones from childhood. And when I was a kid, I used to, as I was going to sleep practically every night, dream that I was falling, and then I'd wake up right before I hit the ground. And I had some very memorable nightmares during my childhood. One of them, I must have been very young. I dreamed that both of my parents were floating away on a hot air balloon and leaving me behind. And then I had this, I think it was an actual experience, but it might have been a dream of my dad and I fishing at the Salton Sea and me catching a fish. I might have been very little and it actually happened, or it might just have been a dream of mine. I know I went to the Salton Sea when I was little, but I don't know if we fished there or not. Oh, it's chilly out here. I may have to return to the nurturing womb of inside the house, where warmth and amniotic fluid are provided on a continual basis. Today, Rachel and I have a couple of tasks we need to complete. Task number one, we need to call the propane people to come refill our propane tank. Task number two, we need to go to the store to purchase more food, as we are more or less out of easy to eat food, you know. We've got canned food and stuff, but we're out of frozen meals. We're out of sandwich meat and bread. We're out of hamburger patties and buns. We're out of all your major food groups. So we're going to have to go to the store today. Fortunately, it looks like it's going to be a nice clear day. We did get some thunder and lightning. Misfortune. Is a morning soiree not an oxymoron? Well, I'm reclaiming the language, okay? I get to mean whatever I want to mean when I say the word soiree. And what I mean is the thing you're doing right now, right here, with me, is a soiree. It's more than just a soiree. It's also a hootenanny. It's also a hoedown. Additionally, it's a barn dance. So we've got a lot of stuff going on here. Additionally, finally, two other things it is. It's a debutante ball and a quinceañera. So I turned 15 in Mexican years today, 16 in Southern years, and was required that I have a soiree, a hootenanny, a hoedown, and additionally a somber religious ceremony. We're gonna have that later on. So I'm gonna marry everybody here to each other, except for me. And then you're gonna have to practice polygamy until you get me to agree to divorce you. So if you don't want to be polygamously married by me right now, My truth is as good as any and better than most, okay? You know why? It's because I'm committed to accuracy in everything I say. 100% factual accuracy. That's what you get from me. Non-stop, 24/7, 365, all the time, without fail. Brrr. I can't see that. I wish I had brought my glasses. No, you know what? I wish I had brung my glasses. Then I'd be able to read the chat better. But I don't need my glasses to see things that aren't little words on a screen. I see fine everything else. Crystal clear. A clear kind of crystal, not cloudy quartz. A sniper of words. Well, words. Words are the peanut butter and the jelly inside the peanut butter and jelly sandwich of life. Without words, life would just be two slices of dry bread. And if you think that sounds like a life you want to live, well, you and I are in stark disagreement on this point, friend. Two slices of dry bread, that's not exciting enough to eat. You're going to need something moist inside of it. You could go with meat, cheese, and some kind of mustard or mayonnaise thing. I wouldn't recommend the addition of mayonnaise to sandwiches. I would recommend the addition of a little bit of mayonnaise to a hamburger. I know, you're going to say, Eric, but you hate mayonnaise. I do hate mayonnaise, except in that context. A little bit of mayonnaise on a hamburger, it really goes a long way into making your hamburger juicy, mushy, flavorful, and accomplished in the hamburger arts. So, if you're appropriately, like me, a mayonnaise hater, make an exception. Set aside a moment for mayonnaise. And that moment is called when you make a hamburger. Just a dab. Spread it smooth and flat all across one bun. Very, very thin layer of mayonnaise, you know. Then some ketchup, some mustard. You can put cheese on it if you want. That's fine. I'd forego the vegetables. You've already got mayonnaise on it. That's practically a vegetable right there. I mean, do you really want tomato on your burger? No. Do you really want pickles on your burger? No, you don't. So can burger restaurants just stop with the tomatoes and pickles already on the burger? Less than a dollop, yes. More than a thimbleful, but less than a dollop. Unless you have a big thimble, in which case it might be approximately a thimbleful. One large thimbleful of mayonnaise is sufficient for anything. The only thing you should use mayonnaise on is a hamburger. A large thimbleful is plenty. The tomatoes, yes, but you know, tomatoes are so hit and miss. Sometimes you get good ripe tomatoes, but 95% of the time, what do you get? You get hard tomatoes that were made red from when they were picked very green, and so they never got any flavor. And it's just like, what's this crunchy meow? That's a tomato? Fuck it. I'm just going to throw it out the window. Biodegradable, it just gets tossed right out the window with the pickles. Get out of here, you. Get out of here. You know, sometimes I order my burgers with no pickles from... Pickles, yes. Tomatoes? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I agree with you on the pickles, especially at McDonald's. You know, McDonald's, just give it up with the pickles already, right? You give us this minimalist burger already. You get your quarter pounder of your cheese. It's got your ketchup, your mustard, a couple of little onions on it, one slice of American cheese, and then you're like, oh my luck, we're gonna put two pickles on it, and Aren't you lucky? No, I don't want your gross, floppy, old pickle things. They're not even crispy at all. They're wet. They're like it's like eating a mucusy quarter. Instead of tasting like mucus, it tastes like pickles. Warm little pickles. I know. Oh, thanks a lot for these two warm little pickle slices, McDonald's. That really makes the burger. No, it doesn't. I was being sarcastic. They should simply excise the pickles from the whole McDonald's experience entirely. They could save themselves a few pennies here and there, and nobody would have to take pickles off their burgers anymore. Why did you order without pickles? Because McDonald's is lame about special orders, you know? Well, that's the kind of excitement that happens at a soiree. Is sometimes talk gets a little bawdy, you know? We are in mixed company, but it's also a debutante ball and a quinceañera and a bar mitzvah. So, in all three instances, the person whose birthday it is an adult now, in some sense, you know. I'm impressed with Jewish people. They get to become adults at age 13. The Supreme Court should rule that Jewish people can buy alcohol at 13 because prohibiting them from doing so would be a violation of their religious freedom. That'd be a good ruling for the Supreme Court to make. Yeah, it's getting a little on the chilly side out here. Guess I'll be heading back inside shortly. No wonder the Jewish community is rocking. Well, they're constantly having soirees. They're having soirees. You know, it's like, what does a vibrant Jewish community looks like? It looks like individuals traveling between three destinations. The deli where they get matzo ball soup, the circumcision table where they circumcise somebody, and the soirees where they celebrate everything in life that there is to celebrate. They lift people up on chairs, they give them little beanies to wear. It's a magical, wonderful experience. And when everybody's leaving the soiree, each person stops and says to the host, I had a wonderful time. Talk about a jump start, yeah. If your morning starts with a soiree, you know the rest of your day is going to be carried forward into magnificence on that momentum. Whereas if you start your morning in, say, a breakfast nook, well, that's just a recipe for moral and spiritual decay. I like to start my day right with a couple of stout bung rips, several Adderall, some grapefruit juice, and sitting outside in the cold to smoke a cigarette or two. That's you got the ingredients of a real soiree at that point. Is everybody holding off to the roof, holding onto the roof? Because I'm afraid I'm going to tear the roof off of this sucker with the velocity and magnitude of my soiree. And, you know, I don't want you guys to get cold, so please hang on tight to the roof retention ropes. They are located in the front and the back of the cabin. The airplane cabin, not this house, which is clearly not a cabin. Cabins are made out of logs. I'm tearing the metaphysical roof off the metaphysical sucker. It's very different than what you were picturing, okay? It looks like a giant godlike Greek statue man throwing a discus at the sun, and then the sun exploding like a piñata and dumping candy down on all of us. That's what it looks like. And who's that discus thrower? It's me. I'm the one who makes the sun rain candy, not anybody else. Just candy. She's the only one who falls from the sky. Naturally, she dies from the impact when she hits the ground. But then what we do is we take the splatter and a little maple syrup, and we have candied candy as an afternoon snack. Sure, it's cannibalism, but the alternative is letting food go to waste. And I just can't in good conscience do that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go inside so I can read your chats. My eyes are straining like Mary Lou Retton to maintain that landing on Carrie Strug's broken angle. Host Eric Bringer of Sun Candy, breaker of celestial beings. I'd call the sun a being. It's spoken to me on multiple occasions. Almost always it's saying something like, hey, you should put on a hat, or don't you want to take some sunscreen? It talks about sun-themed matters, of course, because it's what it is. The moon, in contrast, is much less talkative. It just says, hey, you can barely see outside. And I'm like, what are you, moon? Are you no? Are you full? Are you somewhere in between? It just glares down at me condescendingly from the heavens above. I shake my fist in anger. It cowers briefly before remembering that I can't reach it way up there. This is my nightly routine before I go to bed. I make another effort to chasten the moon. Because, of course, the moon refuses to consistently do its job, which is to be a circle. If we wanted, like, a crescent thing in the sky, we would have baked croissants. You know, nobody asked for a changing moon. Just be yourself and stay that way, is what I tell it. You're supposed to be a big round circle in the sky. You're supposed to have oceans on you. See tranquility and so forth. If you're constantly changing how big you are, where are the oceans going to go? I guess they're just going to have to remain unsurfed. Thanks to the moon's intransigence. And frankly, insubordination. We hired that moon. We're paying it good money. It should do its job. Its job, of course, is to be a circle. Like all good moons. Instead, it wants to be transgender. It's like, how are you going to find a doctor to cut off your junk when you can't even remain a circle for more than one day a month? I think the moon might be SE polar or might be SE dawn. One of the two. It's constantly doing things that I tell it not to do. So probably an ESFP, I'm guessing the moon is. But it could be a dramatically underachieving ENTJ. ENTJs normally have less luminosity than that, though. The brightness of an ENTJ is like deep at the bottom of a cave when all your batteries have died. Pitch black. Pitch black like the heart of the devil. You know the plant, the wandering Jew? Yes, I do. I am familiar with that plant. It's a creeping vine of sorts. It's named the wandering Jew because it spreads all over the place. I guess it's survival. It's evolutionary. Its evolutionary strategy is diaspora. The Evolution Approval Board gave it a temporary waiver. They said, hey, that's not a legal way of existing as a plant. You're not allowed to diaspora. But it made the argument that because it was Jewish, it should be permitted that. And, they never revisited the issue, so it's still allowed to diaspora. Meanwhile, I'm only allowed to make dioramas, which seems unfair to me. That's because I'm from Uruguay. And what a lot of people don't know is the diorama originated in Uruguay. It's part of their alpaca farming industry. In order to get land grants from the government, they needed to present a diorama that demonstrated how they were going to use the land. And dioramas have been with us ever since. And in fact, still to this day, as kind of an homage, most people include some reference to either a llama or an alpaca. Have I ever seen a Jew play a Jew's harp? I'm not sure I've really seen anybody playing a Jew's harp. I've played one myself before. And I was grateful that I didn't end up circumcised. I'd already been circumcised. So double circumcision is definitely to be avoided. Nothing left to cut off, The skin's already gone. The rest of it's just all penis, so keep your sharp blades away, please. I don't miss my foreskin, but it's also true that I don't remember having it. I guess I probably had it for a day or two after I was born. Not anymore. I wonder where they put it. I wonder if it's in a box somewhere at a hospital. I could go pick it up. Can I please have my foreskin back? And then I tried to put it back on. I realized I've outgrown this foreskin. Now what am I going to do? And that's when I repurposed the skin of an alligator. It ended up on Sandra Bullock's face. Oh, is that where it went? Okay. That makes sense. No wonder Sandra Bullock's always blowing up my cell phone. I was like, Rachel, who's calling you? It's Sandra Bullock again. What does she want? I don't know. I never read her text. Maybe I should know. Probably all foreskin related matters, Please take your foreskin back. Dear God, this foreskin is destroying my life. Things like that. Labeled and boxed in case you put in a request for it to be reattached. I might, I'm just not sure I want it attached to my penis. I'm thinking I could have a nice forehead decoration. I could get it sewn on right here. It'd be like the severed end of an elephant's trunk. Gruesome, useless, and kind of sad. Which which three adjectives would you pick to describe yourself, Eric? Ooh, gruesome, useless, and sad. Well, you know what, Mac Daddy? What I've discovered is that if I don't talk about my penis publicly, there's very little public discourse about my penis. So, you know, if I don't believe in myself, who will believe in me? Only my peniscologist. I went and complained at the doctor's office. I said, hey, how come women get a vaginacologist, but I don't have a penicologist? And so they said, okay, fine. This doctor will be your penicologist. And I said, okay, doc, examine my penis. And he looked at it briefly and he's like, it's fine. And I'm like, I want a pap smear. So he gave me a pap smear. And he said, it's still fine. And I said, that's not how you give a pap smear. Then we got in a fist fight. I lost, but then I sued him for malpractice and won. Because punching me in the face is not appropriate doctoring. What other kinds have you met? Other kinds of penises? Not really any. Just my own. The best kind of penis. What is my penis's type? I think it's an ESTP. I really do. I think it's an ESTP. Maybe an ESFP. It's profoundly illogical and really determined to get what it wants, even though what it wants doesn't make any sense. So I tried talking to it. I'm like, you already gone in that hole and gone out of it and gone in it again and gone out of it. You know, pick a lane. It doesn't listen to me at all. I keep saying, no, that hole's, she's supposed to use that to eat and talk and stuff. What are you doing? Says, that's my primary residence. That one down there is just my vacation home. And I say, that is terrible, penis. You need to stop objectifying Rachel right now. He's a stubborn prick, I tell you. And I'm like, you better stop this or you're going to have more of that gross white stuff shooting out of it. And he's like, no, not this time. It's not going to happen this time. I'm not going to get car sick this time. Then out comes all the gross white stuff. You never listened to me, I said to my penis. And now look, Rachel's all covered in cum. Of course, you're not going to go get her a towel. I have to go get her a towel. As soon as he throws up all that white stuff, he like goes right to sleep. Like, hey, clean up your own mess, motherfucker. Well, remember, it's not just a soiree. It's also a quinceañera and a debutante ball. So, naturally, a debutante ball is all kinds of crazy shit goes down. That's why they made that series of educational films called Dirty Debutantes. I believe they were educational. I think I must have seen those in like human sexuality class or something. Shindig. Yeah, we are also having a shindig. But if you don't like digging for shins, if you don't have a shovel, we have pre-dug shins for you to play with. over on the table. Help yourself. Please don't take more than 2 pre-dug chins. I thought it was so strange when being offered a towel. I don't find it to be messy. Well, I guess you must walk around with sticky skin. Always wanted to do something. My penis doesn't always wanted to do something, just some of the time. Much of the time, it's content just chilling in my pants, you know? Just waiting for the next time I call upon it to shoot a stream of urine away from me. That's the advantage. One of the big advantages of having a penis is it allows you to aim your urine at some place other than your own feet and legs, right? Like if you're a chick and you just stand up and you start peeing, it just runs right down your legs. Trust me, I know. I've been a chick many times. In contrast, thanks to my penis, I can point the pee away from me and shoot it so that it doesn't land on me. I have done that before. I have peed in a bottle while driving before. But that's actually quite hard to do. You're you're so like trained yourself to not pee while you're driving that and you're not in a natural peeing position. So it's like you might try to kind of lift yourself up off the seat and pee into a bottle then, but then it's hard to relax your prostate sufficiently to pee because you're trying to drive at the same time. You're better off just pulling over and peeing on the side of the road. But, you know, I always keep a large coffee mug in the car to poop in case I have to poop while I'm driving. It's a lot easier to do that. I keep my thermos on hand and I just pinch off a loaf into the thermos and put the cap on it. And, you know, just hope it's a zero wiper. I don't bring toilet paper with me. You know, I figure that's what the mints are for. After I poop, I always shove a mint up my butt so I don't have bad butt breath. No, I don't really poop while driving. I'm going to admit it. I was lying. I don't poop while driving. I don't like to poop anywhere but at home, ideally. Or like a hotel room is fine. It's my hotel room. But I hate pooping in public places like restaurants or whatever. And I hate pooping at other people's houses. It's like, hey, my butt cheeks are for my toilet seats. That's it. I don't want my butt cheeks to be on someone else's toilet seat. I might get someone else's butt essence on my butt. I don't want a stranger's butt essence on me. They call them steamers. No, I just like to poop in the toilet, actually. There's no other place I want to poop than the toilet, than my own toilets. I gotta tell you, one of the big advantages of living in this house is the flushing power of our toilets is phenomenal for California. California's got low flow everything. You know, you turn on, you put a fire hose up to the fire hydrant. Probably it's got a little trickle of water come out because California's low flow legislation. However, we here on tank water are not subject to California's low flow laws because we have our own water storage units that we pay for. We're a private water consortium that so we don't have to obey California's low flow laws. We got good water pressure for our showers, and we've got power flushers. These toilets, they just like I could put tank water. No, water from the water tanks. There's at least 4 water tanks around here. There's 2 above us. There's 2 below us. Somewhere down over there. You can't see them from my house, but anyway, and those tanks. There may be additional ones besides those 4, but those 4 I've seen, they provide water to the neighborhood. I don't know how they collect it, but I do know that I have the electrical diagrams for the water tanks at my house here, and that I will never look at them because I don't know how to read electrical diagrams. And even if I did, why would I need to know anything about the electrical layout of the water tank system? I'll tell you this much, the water keeps running fine even when the power's out. So I don't know if it doesn't use electricity or if it's got some kind of automatic generator or whatever. Well, the thing is, Acacia, it would have to be a review specifically of this little neighborhood that I'm in called Mariposa Pines. It's such a small neighborhood that, I don't know why we don't get a designated population, census designated population area or whatever they call it. Because there's a lot of places near us, like Jerseydale gets to be on the map as its own place. And Jerseydale seems smaller than Mariposa Pines. It seems to have fewer houses back in Jerseydale than it does here in between Jerseydale and Heights Cove, which is where we live. And a part of Mariposa called Mariposa Pines. But it's not recognized as an actual part of Mariposa. So it's like, I basically, I'll tell even locals that I live in Jerseydale because Mariposa Pines isn't a named place on the map. So that's kind of odd. It's also, though, as far as I can tell, from what I've learned talking to people who gave me a ride when I was hitchhiking and talking to some neighbors and stuff, as far as I can tell, Mariposa Pines is the only neighborhood back here, from the highway back to the very back here, which is Heights Cove area, that has tank water. So Lush Meadows, they don't have tank water; they're on well water. Like the Dara area between Bootjack and Triangle Road or Tip Top Road, they're on well water. I suspect the little community around the Triangle Road Market is on well water, but it's just me suspecting. That's not from a specific conversation I've had with anybody. So, anyway, speculatively, but more likely than not, Mariposa Pines is the only neighborhood between the highway and Heights Cove that's on well water, that's on tank water. You should aim to make it so you can design postcards boasting about phenomenal flushing. Well, I don't want to encourage people to come use my toilets, though. Then I'm just going to have this line outside of my house of people coming to experience the glory of pooping in my toilets. That just sounds like a way to fill up my septic tank more quickly. We are on septic tank, but it's really intelligently designed septic tanks for as I can tell. First of all the water things inside have extra protection against smells coming up, which is to say, they've got a, a layer of water between the outside air and the septic tank. Not just the toilet has that, but other things do too. But not absolutely everything. So, like, I don't think the sink in the master bathroom has that. But what it does have is I can just close the drain so that no smell can come out of there. I mean, I haven't really smelled anything yet. I just smelled like on one or two occasions like a faint scent of something. I was like, I wonder if that's the septic tank I'm smelling. But in all those instances, I can the drains are the kind that seal tight, so you just close the drain and there won't be any smell. The only exception would be the potentially the master bathroom shower. I've not experienced it yet, but from my understanding of how the plumbing things on various things look, I have no reason to believe that there's any extra stink prevention measures in that shower in the master bathroom. I have no reason to feel certain that there's not some measure that I can't see, but you know, I've been thinking a lot about all the various things at the house since I've been here, obviously, and that includes the septic tank. Les is a provider of good information about the neighborhood and such. Um, he's a bit of the neighborhood busybody, I think, but it's because he walks his dog around the circle every single day, as far as I can tell. The circle is Snyder Ridge, Heights Cove, Snyder Creek, makes like a circle road. So it's pretty much the perfect length for a walk too. It's it's a built-in stroll for a couple that's just the right length. It's pretty long. It's a pretty decent sized walk, but you're home before you know it. I did not notify him of this morning's soiree, no. But I think since you said that, I will probably contact Les today and say, hey Les, would you like to come over to my house and play? Would you like to do that interview that I've spoken with you about before? I'd like to interview him. He's got lots of interesting things going on. He's a real mover and a shaker of an ENFP. I believe him to be an ENFP. I haven't formally typed him, of course. It's just my it's just my intuition. Intuition is magical. It's the magic of meaning making made easy. Reality mapping for dummies. I want to make one of those little yellow books about cognitive functions. Reality mapping for dummies. The thing is, why are so many people self-identifying as dummies and buying those books? I guess if you know what you're dumb about, it's fine. Like I can see myself buying a book that was like, if they didn't have the internet, it was like smoke detector installation for dummies. Because I had a smoke detector the other night, 2 nights ago, I think, and it made a little beeping sound. I was like, oh no, the battery's dying. I tried to get it to come open to take out the battery, and I broke the middle piece that goes between the smoke detector and the mount thing. And it was just plastic, and I just snapped it off. And then I said, ah, like that. And then I said, well, whatever. I don't need to detect smoke, for fuck's sake. What am I, some kind of look for a fire guy? I can detect smoke the old fashioned way, with my nose. It's interesting when you say that you haven't properly typed someone because you seem to understand the mechanics for crossboard, so you can't just glean instead of talking with them multiple times. Well, um, I feel pretty confident that Les is an ENFP, but I'm feeling confident about that in the absence of my strongest tools. My strongest tools when typing somebody don't comprise my observations of the person. They comprise my skills tests and other things that I know from having run that experiment multiple times in many contexts, like with many different clients, right? That I can feel fairly confident at that point that I know how much weight to put in to certain kinds of responses to questions that I've tested many times before. Whereas my observations, well, I can't explain to you exactly why I think Les is an ENFP. I'm probably right. Yeah, it is the case, Mac Daddy, that I have no single um, tool or even small group of tools that I can apply in short order to conclusively determine someone's type. Because none of the tools I'm using, none of the questions I'm using is exactly game proof, right? The best of them are pretty game proof. It's pretty hard to game them, but somebody determined to do so, human beings are adaptive, open system, sentient beings. So, um, if you try to treat them as static objects that you can do tests on without impacting the functionality of the test by causing them to know what you're doing next time, then then you'll be frustrated with your capacity to test things. But if I have take enough time, test from enough different angles, and get confirmation that yeah, if I'm right about meow, then I should expect to get these kind of answers about meow. If I can do enough of that, then I can establish with a high degree of certainty what someone's type is. Uh, but the thing is, also you can feel more confident about your interpretation of the answers people give you or their demonstrations of answering that they give you if you know how familiar they are with my process. If I know how familiar they are with my process and how much they think they know about cognitive functions and typology, then I can have this kind of multiplier thing that allows me to have more confidence the less they know coming in, and less confidence the more studied they are of my processes. Do you know if that girl Jeannie is still alive? You mean Jeannie from I Dream of Jeannie? Well, probably she's still alive because when she's in her bottle, she doesn't age. It's like a stasis chamber. I find it more difficult to just have a conversation with the person you're typing and glean insight of what the type is based on the mechanics that you've already mapped out. Well, Mac Daddy, I would say that if I'm having the difference between having a conversation with somebody and typing them is if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I'm paying attention to what we're talking about. If I'm typing somebody, I'm paying attention to what type they are. The feral child discovered in Arcadia. You mean me, Eric? I appreciate you calling me such, but technically I'm an adult now. Well, I mean, I might make observations that make me think, I bet that person's a meow. Like I did when I was chatting with Kay, our neighbor, the other day. I said to Rachel after the fact, I think she might be an ISTJ. And then I gave her examples of what she said it or did in the conversation with me. At least one that I thought was a very TE tool kind of response to something. Specifically, I was making conversation about snow shoveling, and she told me it was a bad idea to try to scoop too much snow with in one shovel load. That you should scoop smaller loads of snow. She additionally told me that my gas powered snowblower was not going to work on this kind of snow. It was too tall and it wasn't going to get to the snow at the bottom. She engaged socially with me in a way that suggested TE tool, right? She was trying certainly to be pleasant and neighborly, but it was also the case that the most natural way for her to do that smelled a lot like TE tool, right? So that's an example of me feeling pretty confident about somebody's type. But I distinguish between me feeling pretty confident about somebody's type for my casual purposes versus me feeling confident enough about their type to make a public statement that I assert that they are this type, right? I don't like making claims I can't substantiate. I have my own opinion about people's types that I intuit from my interactions with them, but to me, that doesn't count as me having a position on their type. I don't trust my intuition that much. Not my introverted intuition. I trust my extroverted intuition plenty to provide whatever content needs to be provided given whatever prompting or other stimulation that induces verbal communicative responses. So it's like you said, tell a story about a potato and a parsnip. Well, I'd be able to do so. I'd be able to carry on about potatoes and parsnips until the cows came home. And the cows don't come home until late. So that's a long time from now. Yeah, I mean, the TI question, the skills test is, well, it's like when I'm more on point asking TI questions, it's more informative. last typing session, it's like I forgot how to ask TI questions or something. It seemed like I was missing a normal kind of TI question that I would ask that I didn't end up asking. I can't even remember what it is now. But anyway, whatever. You know, it's like I get what you're saying, Mackenzie. It is the case that I make intuitive leaps about people I'm interacting with regarding their type. But that's not the same thing as being willing to say, I think they're this type. You know, I don't want to affirm things I can't defend. I don't want to be indefensible typology. I want to be defensible typology. So I'm careful in the claim making I engage in. Do they value their family, Mac? Is their family large and tight knit? Might be a familiarity thing. Large and tight knit. It sounds like a description of my cod piece. When I'm not wearing it, I use it to catch Atlantic cod. Anyhow, regardless of my cod piece, Atlantic cod, and codifying notions into law, regardless of all cod matters, in fact, let me just say this. Cod. My uncle's wife's son's brothers to my father. My uncle's wife is your aunt. Your aunt's son is your cousin. Your cousin's brother is your other cousin. I mean, I don't know how to my father gets in there. I mean, Michelle, I always intuit potentialities, but I don't place much weight on any of those intuited potentialities. I recognize that allowing them to be considered as tentative is part of the process, you know. I don't I'm not an NI user consciously, so in fact NI ignoring, which means I'm not I'm not shackled by my intuition. I used to be horrible at pattern recognition per se, per SE, where I expected people to act differently, and maybe this time they won't be like that, but often you find the patterns are very set, and it really takes active effort to change things about oneself. Yeah, it's true. Hardest of all is, of course, deciding exactly what you want to change, why you want to change it, whether you want that change to be permanent or not, and so forth. It's morning time soiree or morning time soiree, but if you are good day, then morning time soiree. We're serving all things that kind of sound like soiree to eat at this soiree. So, for example, we're serving purees. We're also serving swordfish, and we're serving Rachel Ray's crackling potato skins. French or English for soiree? Soiree is French for an American soiree that is discussed by British people using a South African accent. That's the dictionary definition of it. Behavioral tendency. Stop referencing my behavioral tendencies. It's kind of perverted. Well, what kind of behavioral tendencies do you have? Ah, it sounds behaviorally tend. I tend a garden of behaviors. Look at this one over here. Is it self destructive or is it self affirming or something else that's either far or near? There, a poem. I'm currently ordering lake trout and herring for my dog. Does your dog like lake trout and herring? Because I think of fish as being food for cats mostly. I think dogs prefer things like hamburgers. So there's tendencies based on the map, but particular tendencies that may be able to explain and say, oh, that's not ignoring, but not everyone that's not ignoring is going to do that specific thing. Well, sure. It's like an attentional habit or an intentional configuration is expressed by a particular individual, and the particulars of their life are going to color the precise expression of a given attentional manner. So if I'm 12 years old and in middle school, my extroverted intuition is going to play out in a certain way, depending on the peers, school community, the the culture of the institution as like an educational institution, etc. In other words, are you going to be rewarded for being clever and creative, or are you going to be quashed for talking too much, making yourself too much center of attention, and various other fe bad things or whatever? How the environment reacts to, say, an extroverted intuition dominant person who's talking a lot during certain periods of their childhood, well, that's going to, if you look at two different kids in two different, very different environments that have, they're both either positively responsive, one was positively responsive, one was negatively responsive to a lot of extroverted intuition being put out into the social space, you know. Well, you'll see kids who look very differently from each other from a third party's perspective if you're observing them, right? Rachel Lapalosa, you have that special something that I like to call it. That's right, you have it. When you bust out that magical smile of yours, you really light up the room. And everybody goes, oh. I do anyway. When Rachel smiles at me in like certain specific kinds of contexts, and it's like it's very naturally occurring, there's no fe behind it, it's just, it melts my icy heart into a puddle of goo, making Rachel authentically laugh. And Rachel doesn't do me the disservice of fake laughing and shit. So uh, when I do make her authentically laugh, it makes me so happy. Yeah, I was a bathing beauty. I spent most of the 1920s posing for calendars in one-piece bathing suits and large hats. I was Flapper of the Year 1926 and 27. 1928, one publication approached me about doing some nudes, but I declined. I said, no, I'm a modest flapper. I will retain coverage over my breasts, my vagina, and my anus. And that's exactly what I wore to the photo shoot. Pasties, vagina pasty, and anus pasty. Hi, Trouble. They said, we told you to come in a tuxedo. I said, this is my definition of a tuxedo. I also had on stiletto heels that were like 16 inches of heel. It's like I could barely take a step without falling over. But thanks to the use of one of those poles that people walking on high wire use, I was able to maintain my balance the whole time. I did knock over several waiters' trays of drinks and stuff with my pole, but it was a small price to pay for looking good. That was a different soiree. In this soiree, we're talking about a previous soiree when I really dressed to, break some hearts. And I did. I broke a lot of hearts that night. I left a trail of bodies behind me. Over 3 dozen dead people. And when the paramedics came, everybody asked them what did they die from. Unanimously, all the paramedics agreed. Every single one of the deaths was from a broken heart. So, yeah. Well, they were the kind of high heel shoes that have a live goldfish swimming in them. And the bottom part is see through. There's a live goldfish. And the problem I was having is my goldfish kept escaping. And I guess there was a little crack towards the top of the see through part. He would shimmy through that and try to escape out the emergency exit down the ladder. I said, "You'll fall!" And I'd chase after him on my heels as he'd squirt out of my hand like this. A lot of people tried to help me, but in doing so, they became emotionally close to me. And the same people who tried to help were the people who ended up dying of a breaking heart. Well, they died of a broken heart, but they began the dying process as their heart began breaking. They completed the dying process when their heart was fully broken. Yeah. I'm not proud of that evening, but I learned a lot about just how magnetic an entity I can be. I can only imagine what it must be like to play Twister with the Archangel Michael, but I'm guessing that's what it's like for other people to meet me. They feel like they've lost a game of Twister and that their heart is broken because they really wanted to win. While very different from the other MBTI channels, I've got ESTJT on the 13 Personalities website. Got to go meet some friends. Cheers. Yes, it is very different than the other MBTI channels around here. Around here, you've got at your disposal the non-stop pattering banter of this guy right here, host Eric. Boy, that guy can talk a blue streak. He's yammer yammer this and yammer yammer that. all day long. It's like, hey, shut up and go get a job, you. That's what I tell that guy. He's always like, this is my job. My job is telling people things from my house. You need to listen to me. This thing is like that. That's my job. I just like, but you know, if I could just figure out who my employer is, because they keep forgetting to give me my paycheck, I think. Also, I don't appear to have any healthcare benefits or anything. So I don't even remember getting hired. I just know that obviously, since I do it all the time, it must be my job. What kind of work are you in? Pontificating? I'm a professional pontificator. You could call me the pontiff, but then people might mistake me for the Pope. I'm not the Pope. But my pontification is at least as high quality as Pope pontification, and in reality, of much higher quality. When popes pontificate, their pontiffry is too Jesus-y. You know, it's like, okay, enough with the God and Jesus stuff already. Can't we pontificate about something else for a while? And they got those hats on, and these white robes and everything. You can't pontificate freely if you're worried about spilling something on your white robe. That's why I wear purple and green. And when I'm wearing this jacket, I only eat foods that are purple and green. That way, it doesn't matter if I spill something on me. As long as I only spill the purple part on the purple part and only spill the green part on the green part, I'm fine. That's how I keep a ready-to-go wardrobe that enables me to be dressed for success no matter what the occasion is, no matter how short the notice. I've got a scratch and sniff tuxedo that I can wear in case I ever get invited to a party that demands of me that I both look very nice and have a unique smell. I think I'm going to get a scratch and sniff tuxedo that smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina. If it doesn't come that way, I could just rub her candles all over it and just tell people it's scratch and sniff. I'll tell them it's pine or new car smell, because if I tell them what it is, they're not going to want to scratch and sniff it. That's not new car smell. Oh, what is that? It's Gwyneth Paltrow. What part of her? Well, it's not her asshole, at least. Okay. Why did you make me scratch that and sniff it? Well, because what's the purpose of wearing a scratch and sniff tuxedo otherwise? Are you sure this is Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina? I think it might be, what's her name? That lady who was in Star Wars? The new ones, you know. What was her name? You can have 13 personalities all at the same time, but only while you're watching 16 candles. The rest of the time, you have to just be one personality. If you have 13 personalities, you're called a coven. coven of personalities. Like this guy right here. He's got a lot of personality, but it's only one. Why? Because he's not a witch. You're a witch. Dress the part so we can know who to ask to cast spells for us and such. If you're not a witch, well, that's fine. I rarely have call for a witch, frankly. If I had a witch at my disposal right now, I don't think I'd be able to think of anything for her to do. Maybe go buy me another can of paint, the interior white. She could get to the hardware store back quickly on her broom. I guess that's what I'd ask her to do. Can you get me another gallon of this paint, please? And she'd say, sure. But I can't read all the ingredients on it, you know, because it's got some white paint over it. I say, well, you're the witch. Here's some acetone. And then I'd, send her on her way. All everywhere she went, Halloween would bloom like flowers in the springtime. There'd be candy corns, cobwebs, spookiness all around. It would make the local paper. Disillusioned witch flies into town to buy paint would be the headline. When asked why she appeared so disillusioned, she said, well, I'm buying paint, aren't I? They made the paper. But she kept saying, no pictures while I'm doing paranormal stuff. So there's not really any good footage to go with the story. Some people say on the way back she gave a ride to a Sasquatch. But nobody saw it. Some people just say it happened, you know. A lot of cryptologists believe that witches, brooms, and Sasquatches have a naturally occurring resonance due to the fact that they emerged from the same time-space portal. They're drawn to each other like two halves of a broken bone knitting back together within the skin bag. Reunited, you know. Separated at birth, then finally reunited back inside their mother's womb. We get to start over. All right, let's do it differently this time. We'll both be born right now again from mom. And this time, those people won't steal you from the incubator at the hospital. They could reenact their own birth. And then by the end of the day, really feel as though they hadn't even lost any time. Although they've been separated for 30 years. They were laughing, crying, finishing each other's sentences. Both of them at the same time suggested, hey, let's get a haircut. Followed up by Jinx. And they both bought each other a Coke as a compromise. It was a good day. A real good day. Then tragedy struck. Everybody died. Nobody knew why. The end. Sorry if my dark stories bring me down. That's how most stories end, though, you know? Everything's fine, and then all of a sudden, everybody dies. And you're like, shit, now everybody's dead. You just shake your head in kind of a general malaise. Now what am I going to do? So, we've all got that to look forward to. That and trying to survive 21 days on nothing but coconuts and termite larvae. That's the last stage before the afterlife. After you die, you don't really die right away. You have to go on naked and afraid first. Then you go to the afterlife. If you can't complete the 21-day challenge, you have to try it again in like 6 months. They might give you a legend as a partner to help, but they may even give you a worse partner than before. So, this is why it's important to, learn some primitive survival skills before you die, because you're going to need them as soon as you do. And remember, priority number one should be shoes, because almost always you're going to find yourself someplace that is very inhospitable to your feet. Either sharp rocks, always wet and muddy so you get trench foot. It could be fire ants or scorpions all over the ground and you could be getting stung by them. Most commonly, however, what you're going to encounter are long thorns all over the ground that it's almost impossible not to step on. So when you die, remember this as you're dying. As soon as I'm done dying, make shoes. Just whatever resources are at hand. Even if you got to make shoes out of piles of broken glass, it's better than walking on thorns. I made some shoes. Those are just piles of broken glass. No, you just gotta strap them onto your feet. Try it. Okay. Ah! Jonathan has been medically tapped. I'm going to use that excuse next time I don't want to continue doing something. Well, come on, let's finish our chess game. Sorry, I got medically tapped. The producer came in and said I couldn't continue playing. Yeah, it's my carpal tunnel. They say they can't treat it here in the field. You got to take me to a specialist in New York City. I think he probably works at the hospital that's very near the Pace Pecani sauce competitor's factory. The people that Pace Pecani sauce make fun of for being bad because their pecani sauce is made in New York City. They're probably called New York's finest picante sauce. Or maybe New York's second finest picante sauce. That'd be a good title for a product. New York's second finest picante sauce. Yeah, I figure that's got to rank in the top 1,000 picante sauces in the world, probably. Because there are so many picante sauces being made in New York at any given time. If you're the second best in New York City, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. I want to ask Les. I do want to contact him today, I think, and try to schedule this interview. hopefully for today if he's not doing anything. I want to ask him about his acting career in New York City. Because I don't know if you've heard, but it is a hell of a town. And there's Broadway, there's blinky lights, there's acting, there's people in leotards everywhere you look, there's saxophones and abstract art all over everyone's pants. I'm not on any shrooms. I'm not on any drugs at all except for speed and marijuana. I am a little bit like punch drunk from lack of sleep, and the bong rips helped to dovetail that punch drunkenness into a pleasant morning's confusion. The output emitting therefrom is what you are currently enjoying. Namely, all of these words plus all the words I've already said since I started streaming. Plus any upcoming words you may still have yet to hear. All of those things can be attributed to the fact that, hey, it's a soiree. You know, what do you expect? I didn't say it was a funeral. I didn't say it was a wedding. I said it was a soiree. I didn't say it was speed dating at the internet cafe. No, this is a soiree. We take our time. We sway back and forth beneath the sultry samba rhythms and the light of the waning moon. It's waning gibbous. Bring an umbrella. It's waning gibbous. You want to go outside, Mr. Man Kitty? You want me to give you more food? No? Do you want me to watch you eat? Yes, it's time to go outside. See the sunshine on the snow. It's bright and shiny. It's fine. Yeah, it's time for you to go outside. I'll go outside and set an example for you. Let me give you some more food first. A good leader sets an example for his cat. That's what I am. I'm a strong leader. There. My leadership has led you to more food on your plate, Trouble. I hope someday you can attain the high-level leadership skills that I'm showing you right now. Because what we need in this world is more leadership. Hey, you, get over here, do this stuff. I'm a leader. I'm leading you to do what I tell you to do. Wonderful. Now I don't feel like I'm just wandering blindly through this wilderness I call life. I finally have direction. And it's all thanks to that TE dom helping me realize the importance of setting goals. Since I began implementing TE DOM's goal-setting protocol, I work a lot more, and I don't sleep as much, and boy, I'm really moving up in the world here at work with. Are you sure? You seem a little ontologically frazzled. Perhaps you're not actually happier following the TE DOM's advice. Oh no, he makes perfectly good sense. You know, you can't get anywhere in life without goals and persistent hard work and, you know, prioritizing outcomes all the time. Well, yes, I guess you're right. Let's always prioritize outcomes all the time. You can tell I've lived a good life because I won this marathon. And I climbed up a mountain. Also, I gave a lot of money to charity. Plus, I had like a really high-powered career. I bossed a lot of people around. So yeah, my life was pretty rad. I spent my life explaining to people, hey, you need to set some goals, okay? Like, you want to be retired in the Bahamas by 30 or not? How are you going to do it? Where are you going to get more money all the time, constantly? Well, first, hold a lot of shitty shows. Next, sell your fans your shitty art. Dave Matthews writing down these instructions with great intensity. Then what? Then just keep trying to sell everybody more shit because you gotta constantly make more money all the time. Do I ever get to spend it? No. You can spend it on investments. Joy. You can spend it on hotels and shit that you need to stay in to make more and more money. How much of my attention should I spend trying to write good songs? Zero. A terrible idea. Look, all of your bullshit jamming is just genius, Dave Matthews. Just get up there on stage and just jam out horribly for all hours. Give the people what they want. Should I bring Bill Walton in to MC the affair? Yes, Dave Matthews, you should. He can talk about his old basketball teammates during your songs, thereby improving your songs by covering them over a little bit with talking and improving his talking by making him hard to understand due to the cacophony of your horrible songs. Well, I, Dave Matthews, am convinced. I will follow your sage advice and implement that plan right now and forevermore going forward. Here's your first big check. Now you go use that to create more businesses to sell more of your worthless garbage to people. Okay, will do, says Dave Matthews. And he's high-fiving himself all the way to the bank. I'm high-fiving myself too. Pow! High five, Eric. You did a great job. Pow! Of what? High fiving. But I hadn't even done a great job of high fiving until I did. Can you celebrate something in that kind of speculative, anticipatory fashion with a high five? Hey, I invented the high five. I get to make up all the rules for it. But I've dispensed with the requirement that it even be high. Your hands can even be down here, it can be down here, wherever. All of those count as high fives now. Anybody using the term low five will be prohibited for a period of 6 months from using any kind of five. Also, I'm going to encourage people to, whenever possible, high 10 instead of high five. I cannot high 10 myself. I can only high five myself. But if you've got a partner nearby, begin high 10ing right now and do it for the rest of the day. That should get you in the habit. We're going to phase out high fives. Soon they'll be deprecated technology. So, accustom yourself to the coming change in regulations. Practice using 2 hands to celebrate instead of 1. It's kind of like the hands-free cell phone law, except it's a hand must be occupied by giving high tens law. And it only applies in circumstances where a high five in the old deprecated tech would normally have been administered. There are exemptions for certain kinds of fist bumps, but it depends on whether you blow it up. If you do, sometimes that counts as an illegal high five, depending on how you blow it up. So you gotta be careful with that. It's a lot more complicated now that these new laws have passed. It used to be just so easy and casual, just like high-fiving people left and right. Nowadays you gotta worry. Do they have COVID? Are they an undercover high-10 enforcement officer? You know, if they are, do they only attempt a high five to entrap me? Or really, are they flouting the law on their own? Brazen scofflaws who never even adopted the other 5. I think the law doesn't apply to them, it just applies to me. I spent nearly 30 years in prison so far in my life for non-regulation celebratory hand pushes. Actually violating my parole, which requires me to always keep at least one finger retracted into my palm to prevent me from doing any high fives or 10s. But you know, it's my legacy. It's what I'm leaving behind for future generations, my kids, my grandkids. You know, they're going to say, my great-great-great-grandchildren are going to say, high five. By then, this law hopefully will be, we sunsetted out at least, you know. And then my great-great-great-great-grandchild will say, my great-great-great-great-grandfather invented that. His name was Eric. And the other person's going to not even believe him. No, he didn't. You're lying. Then they'll look it up on Wikipedia, and sure enough, it'll say, Eric invented the high five while playing a game of Soiree. Needless to say, nobody was sorry that day. That's how Wikipedia, that'll be the voice that Wikipedia is written in. 5 generations hence, you know. It'll be full of aw shucks witticisms like that. Because that's everybody's favorite kind of witticism. As opposed to paw fucks witticism, which is like a aw shucks witticism, except it includes fucking your father, so most people don't like that one. I don't, because my father's dead, and that would be necrophilia. Necroashphilia. I don't know. I don't like to have sex with dead bodies. I like to have sex with cremated bodies. You know, the dust on my junk feels so sensual. Why do people like the Dave Matthews Band? Well, uh, it's consistent. You know what you're going to get when you go to a Dave Matthews show, I guess. He's not like one of those people who's hit and miss. He's always miss. So if it's like he's kind of like diet soda. Some people prefer diet soda. Objectively, diet soda is absolutely fucking terrible. Okay? Like, in no sane universe would anybody ever drink diet soda. It's disgusting. And yet, a lot of people drink it anyway. And when you ask them why, they just go, well, I just started drinking it and I just keep drinking it now. But doesn't it taste terrible? Oh, I got used to it. It almost tastes like normal soda. It's kind of to me now. In fact, good soda tastes too sweet. Is the Grateful Dead better than the Dave Matthews Band? Well, it has a better name. The Grateful Dead is a better name than the Dave Matthews Band. They're both strikingly terrible on balance. But the Grateful Dead have a few good songs, at least, right? It's just they didn't understand the purpose of making music at all. So they thought the purpose of making music was to jam out in the most self-indulgent manner imaginable and to make it okay by making sure everybody was on so many drugs that they didn't care. It's a good strategy for selling out shows. It's not a good strategy for making good music. So, they need a little bit of a scolding, the Grateful Dead do. But the Dave Matthews Band is just ESFJs and ESTJs sipping Chardonnay and dancing awkwardly and calling it the time of their life. That's what the Dave Matthews Band is. It is a festering pit of non-intuitive art apocalypse. No, he's not a genius. He's effective, as most ESTJs are. In his particular instance, he's effective at being a band that tours all the time and has a loyal audience that wants to go see them. They even follow that shit around, just like the Grateful Dead. Except, I would imagine you can not get drugs nearly as easily as a Dave Matthews concert. I remember when the Grateful Dead were still touring. I was in high school when they came to LA. We just went right down to the concert parking lot and bought LSD, whatever, That's how we get acid. We'd wait for the Grateful Dead to come to LA and we'd go buy acid at the Grateful Dead concert. We wouldn't go in the concert. We'd always go to the parking lot. It'd be like people walking around with like signs, There'd be cops there too, but it's like strangely they said, okay, well, this is a Grateful Dead concert, so we're not going to enforce drug laws here, even during the the meat of the drug war. Somehow, Grateful Dead concerts got an exemption. I don't know. And you see these people as you're driving in, holding signs say, "I need a miracle." What the sign actually meant, I found out when I asked somebody about it, was, "I want you to give me a free ticket to the Grateful Dead show." That would not be a miracle. That wouldn't even qualify as Miracle Whip. That would just be an evening wasted. An evening wasted and damage to your hearing that will have been sacrificed to no benefit whatsoever. You'd probably have horrible, aborted Grateful Dead melodies stuck in your head. Because, they don't actually manifest any actual song entities at all. It's just, here, let's have some aborted ideas and just kind of noodle around for a while. No, Grateful Dead. I'm grateful that you're dead. Jerry Garcia. It's like, stop circle jerking on stage, you fucks. You know? Have a vision, have a purpose and a point. Do something artistically value, not just doodly 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 doo, doodly 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 doo, doodly 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 doo. Whatever you do, don't be the Grateful Dead. Don't be Dave Matthews Band. Don't be Fish. Don't be Blues Traveler. Nobody cares about you doodly doodling on your instrument. How does SE look like any? Well, there's a certain restlessness implicit to any action type: ENFP, ENTP, ESTP, ESFP, and a certain resistance to forsaking your flexibility by committing to doing things. SE DOMs are very much doers, but they're their own doers. They don't like being hemmed in by the doing commitments that others extract from them. Any DOMs also don't like that. So there's a common resistance towards committing to doing things. Let's play it by ear is something that SE and any DOMs are both likely to like. We like playing things by ear, and we'll see if we feel like it when we get there tomorrow at that time, SE DOMs differ dramatically from EHPs anyway, in that when SE DOMs say they're going to do something, they are going to do it. When any DOMs, when I say I'm going to do something, what I mean to say is, here's something that might be done that I'm momentarily entertaining the idea that we're going to do it, hypothetically, just for shits and giggles. That's what I should say every time I say we're going to do something. But today, we are going to do a couple of things, for sure, because we have to go do them. We need to go to the store because we're out of foods. And foods are necessary to provide caloric energy to our bodies. Because Rachel and I are not artificial intelligii, we are instead biologically human beings. So that puts us in a pretty special class. What else do we have to do today? Well, we need to call the trash people and say, "Hi, are you calling the trash or what?" I think Rachel would like to go to the post office And maybe we'll go check out the post office in Mariposa and see how long the line is. We'll be at the Mariposa post office because we aren't the only people in Mariposa who haven't gotten our mail in 2 weeks. You know, I'm not exactly sure how long it's been. One stops keeping track of the days after a while. What about Pink Floyd? Didn't they do that too, the wanking? Well, yeah. I mean, I just have no respect for the patience of the listener in general, right? Like, even their good songs, uh, can you hurry up a little bit? Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Can you hug a banana? Do you know what is this cheese? There are no meows, there is something meow. Okay, get on with it, get on with it. Yeah, Money's a good song. They've got a couple good songs, right? But, they were so busy being serious that they just they just bored me. They just bore me with their boring Pink Floydery. If you gotta have a dumb movie to make your songs listen toable, then your songs aren't listen toable. When I was in high school, it was like a thing, like, oh, you gotta go get stoned and go to the Laserium and watch Pink Floyd Laserium show. I was like, could you be any more slow and boring? What in the world am I doing here? I'm looking at lights on a ceiling. What am I, a toddler? Oh, sparkly lights! A toddler with bad taste in music? Right, when I was a toddler, I had great taste in music. I liked great stuff. I loved the Winnie the Pooh soundtrack. I loved the Tigger song. The wonderful thing about Tiggers are Tiggers are wonderful things. The bottom's made of rubber, the bottom's made of springs. They're bouncy, 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 fun. But the wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. I'm the only one. It's a great song. Apparently, according to my mom, I played that song over and over and over again. Sang along with it and danced around and stuff when I was a little kid. I had a record player in my room very young on, and I discovered at some point or was introduced to my dad's Beatles albums. I listened to the shit out of those too. Unfortunately, my dad didn't have any intuition, so he had a mishmash of a few very great albums and a few okay things and a huge amount of just absolute garbage. Like free jazz and shit. Or even worse, like Hollywood Bowl jazz, like Spyro Gyra or Al Jarreau. My dad was a big believer in listening to things where people were really good at playing their instruments and were demonstrating that instead of making good music. I didn't like the Beatles until I was a teen. I'd only heard some of their more boring pieces up until then. Well, uh, Frank Zappa's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. The Beatles do have some boring stuff, but it's like there's some disposable shit on their first album or two, or maybe even three. Let It Be is not a very good album, although Let It Be is a great song. Um, Everything between Let It Be and Help is pretty genius, except for the filler tracks on the White Album, Long Long and Number 9, which are like two loogies somebody hawked on the Mona Lisa. Sure, it's still a beautiful painting, but those gross ass loogies kind of detract from it. The only thing I can even sing is by Frank Zappa is this. Don't fool yourself, girl. It's going right up your poop chute. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Hero Lamb. There is no disputing the fact that Paul McCartney's solo stuff had a dramatically lower hit to miss ratio than he did with the Beatles, you know? So obviously they needed each other. But the thing is, even with each other, Let It Be is still a bad album. It's not a good album. Does somebody want to come inside the house? And is that somebody named a cat? Well, come on in. Well, come in. Yes. Oh, your silky coat. It's chock full of sheen and luster, just like mean old Buster who comes around and has a glossy coat. I think any type can be a genius, at least in some areas. Yes, true. And I'll give you an example. Yes, Trouble's back. Was there a problem in the office? Oh, one of the toilets overflowed and there's flooding? So they sent everybody home. I guess his office building's flooded. Paul McCartney did have some good solo songs. Most notably, Ebony and Ivory, which is possibly the greatest song of all time. Because, why? Because it talks about the dream of black and white people living in harmony together. And that's the same dream that Martin Luther had when he nailed those things onto that church. It was just like super sad because on his way back from the church, he had to ride on the back of somebody's truck. It's like, that's so not fair. Just because he's a Protestant. Live and Let Die is a pretty good song. But the best Paul McCartney solo song that I've heard is the one Rachel introduced me to. Too many people, miggity miggy meow. Too many people, miggy miggy meow. Too many people, miggity miggy meow. Too many people, miggy miggy meow. That was your first mistake. You took your lucky break and you broke it in two. Now what can be done for you? You broke it in two. That's a really like this kind of a song. Rachel speculates that Paul McCartney wrote that song to or about John Lennon. You know, John Lennon complaining about, hey, people starving. That doesn't just sound like something John Lennon would do. Let's send some rice to these people while we lie in bed naked. Make a point about something dumb. Great job, John Lennon. Lying around naked all the time. Boy, you're a real prophet for the people. You know, I think he never should have listened that much to Yoko Ono. And not such a good idea, in my opinion, to be all arty for the sake of being arty, you know. Like, nobody wants to hear your dumb spoken word soundscape shit. Harrison's solo work was best. I can't even think of any George Harrison songs solo except for the Traveling Wilburys. You like John Lennon's ideas too, Brew Brain. I mean, the thing is, what I like is the Beatles, good stuff. I a couple of solo things, maybe from ex-Beatle members, but there was this period of time between Rubber Soul and even I think the White Album is what's the second to last album, Rachel?
Second to last,
Abbey Road. So between Rubber Soul through Abbey Road, they were firing on all cylinders, and I didn't say that they were good. I said I know that one Traveling Wilburys song. That's the only George Harrison solo song I can even think of. Oh, there's that other one that goes, I'm George Harrison. I used to be in the Beatles. Led Zeppelin. Well, there's also, like, Kiss. When they were at their pinnacle of their success, Gene Simmons, Ace Frehley, the drummer with a star on his face, and that other guy, those four guys who were in Kiss, after they had made some Kiss records, they did this thing where they each made a solo record before coming back together to be Kiss again, right? Of those four records, I think there's one good song, and it's by Ace Frehley, and it's called something about New York. What's that song about New York by Ace Frehley, Rachel?
What is what?
That song about New York by Ace Frehley.
Oh, New York Groove, right?
Yeah. Back in the New York Groove, that song?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good song. For a Kiss band member to have created it. Kiss doesn't really have any good songs except for I wanna rock and roll all night and party every day. I wanna rock and roll all night and party every. I mean, yeah, Kiss was like Pink Floyd. Because their music wasn't very good, they had to do a bunch of shenanigans to try to distract people from that fact. Pink Floyd did it with their narrative and movie stuff, and Kiss did it with their makeup and outfits, and of course with Gene Simmons' long tongue. Strutter is good. I don't know what Strutter is. I don't know. I remember thinking that Iron Maiden had cool looking album covers. I thought they had a nice, consistent album cover aesthetic. I can only remember really one Iron Maiden song. Run to the hills, run for your life. Anybody else familiar with that Iron Maiden song? I was trying to think in the car the other day. I was just thinking this to myself. Rachel was in the car with me, but I didn't say any of it out loud. But I was thinking, what was the band, heavy metal band, that made an album called Slippery When Wet? I think it was Whitesnake, maybe, is what I concluded in the car. But I have not yet looked it up. Some hard rock / heavy metal band from the mid to late 80s made an album called Slippery When Wet. Now, I remember the name of the band that made the album Cherry Pie, which is another very sexualized title for a heavy metal band's record. Slippery When Wet, while we normal non-heavy metal people think it warns you about road conditions, heavy metal people, well, they were talking about a woman's vagina and being quite crude and crass in doing so, I think. But anyway, also the name of that band, Whitesnake, they're not talking about an albino reptile. They're talking about the lead singer's penis. His pale complexion refers to his member as a snake. So you really had a lot of moral decay in the 80s as heavy metal bands assaulted our traditional values with their open hip thrustings, references to sexual intercourse, and general pro-partying message. That's why I joined the moral majority and worked hard to make sure we censored all of that music. Instead of being obsessed with Motley Crue, she should have been obsessed with Def Leppard, because they're a lot kind of like Motley Crue, but with one fewer arm. And that's an accomplishment. That adds to the difficulty multiplier. And that's how you score music. That's why the best music is always played by quadriplegics, because they have the highest difficulty multiplier, and that's how they win aesthetic preferability. Where are my cigarettes? Please don't tell me I've smoked them all. Don't worry. I've got multiple other packs in the other room, even if I have smoked them all. But let's look inside. You be the judge. Have I smoked them all? I have. So, in order to continue to smoke, I'm going to have to get another package of cigarettes from the cigarette package storing facility, also known as the top of that furniture in the room over there. What kind of furniture is it, Eric? It's like some kind of multi-purpose nothing furniture. It's like, the thing is, this furniture was made in a long time ago, when they had like square TVs. There's no way we could fit a flat screen TV in here. It's too narrow. We have to turn it sideways and lie on our sides to watch it. But what this piece of furniture does have that's advantageous, it's got a top. And what are these things right here? Oh dear, take a look. It's a book of cigarettes for me. So, as you can see, they're very tidily lined up, because I'm a neat and tidy fellow for the first 3 days of my Adderall prescription. So, I do things like straighten up, line up my cigarette packs on top of that furniture thing, paint things. I painted this door. It's looking pretty crisp and white. Like the linens at a fine dining restaurant. Or like a brand new albino $100 bill. If I were to take a fake $100 bill by just writing $100 on a piece of white paper and say, "This is counterfeit," I said, no, it's just an albino. Can't you see the red eyes? And the shopkeeper would say, "Really? I didn't know currency was subject to the affliction of albinoism." I said, "Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. Hey, anything could be albino. Even a mouse." No, I get that a mouse could be albino. Yeah, well, like I said, anything could be albino. Even a mouse. Oh, you did say that. What about a red-tailed, black-winged, color-bottomed titmouse? That too can be albino. No matter how colorful it is to start off with, it could be albino. Even a rainbow could be albino. Rainbows are usually albino. The thing is, when we see rainbow albinos, a lot of time we mistake them for clouds. They're more or less indistinguishable because when a rainbow falls victim to the curse of albinoism, it becomes diffuse, gradually just misting into nothingness. It's death for a rainbow to contract albinoism. Because, of course, what are they getting hit by all the time? The sun. And albinos can die as quickly from sunburn as regular O's can die from hypothermia, which is like a tenth of a second. It doesn't even have to be cold outside. You could die from hypothermia just from opening your refrigerator. That's one of the leading causes of death. People will go like, "Let's see, do I want a Sprite or a..." And they die of hypothermia. That's why my mama always told me, open and close the refrigerator door as quickly as possible, even if it means smashing your hand. And it's a hard, fast law I've obeyed to this day. That's why I've constantly got broken hands, but never frostbitten ones. Well, looks like all the weather's over for a few days. And a good amount of the snow is washed away. I would have liked to see even more of the snow washed away. But, eggers can't be Stoozers or something like that. I don't remember the saying. This pile of snow is the pile of snow that's making me shake my head in consternation. Because this particular pile of snow right in front of me here that you are currently observing as am I, is an impediment to propane refill potentially. So the big J West propane truck could drive in here, but I'm not sure if their hose is long enough to reach all the way from the driveway over to L propane tank, which is over there. Is it in the frame? Yeah, you can see it's right there. Right there. And I don't really want to move a bunch of snow, but I could shovel a little pathway, I guess. But it sounds kind of like a pain in the ass. I need Rachel, possibly, could you call the JWS people and say, bring us more propane. You fools! Open with, you fools! People like that. And so we got to get the propane refilled today. We got to go to the store today. We've got to um, we got to fill out a couple of tournament brackets today. I filled out a couple more this morning already, but Rachel and I are each going to do 12 brackets, and then we're going to combine forces for the final 25th bracket. It'll be half Rachel, half Eric making the choices. And this is going to be the year, everybody. This is going to be the year when I win the ESPN Tournament Challenge. I'm going to have a perfect bracket. I'm going to pick every single game right. And I'm going to be on national TV afterwards as they say, you did it. And I'll say, I did it. And they say, how did you pick all the games correctly? I'll say, I just went out there and found them. I found out so all the games belong to me. I'll explain to ESPN the law of finders keepers and how important it is to apply that law when picking tournament games. I'm trying to be pretty sensible this year about it, but I'm always drawn to upsets. Like pick a 13 upsetting 16-1, 15-2, 14-3, 13 upsetting a 4. It's probably not going to happen. Certainly not going to be 2 of those. So I should cut back on even the occasional upset I'm picking this year. But on the other hand, some years are not that chalky, and then you regret not being a little bit more audacious in your chooseries. Of course, the fact is, there's never been a seed lower than 8 to win the national championship. And almost every year, there's not even a seed in the Final Four that's below 4 or 5. So, usually you see all your Cinderellas out by the Sweet 16, out in the Sweet 16, Sometimes some Cinderellas will get to the Elite 8. Jim Laurinaga's team, what was that team? They were like a 13 seed or something. They got all the way to the Elite 8. They had that nun. I forget what the school was called, but they had that famous nun that was rooting for them. I was like, oh my God, that's so cute. It's an old nun watching basketball. It's not that interesting, really. It's like, so there's a lady who likes basketball who's a nun. How is that so exciting? I guess because she's got that special black outfit on. Black and white outfit. Whenever you wear black and white outfit, people think they're in a silent movie and start behaving accordingly. Rachel's on the phone. Shh. Don't interrupt her.
71, 79, Snyder Ridge Road.
Oh, she's talking upstairs though. You can't tell where sounds are coming from. both in this house and just generally in the mountains here. Uh, I could have sworn she was in the kitchen until after I heard her speak for a while, and I realized, oh, she's upstairs. I could sit down here and still talk. It's fine. But that's the mystery of mysteriousness. Yeah, well, I don't go to the bottom of the freezer until the springtime. I raw feed my dog rabbit and muskrat in the spring. So it would be another month or two until I reach that point. Well, we emptied our freezer. All we have left in the freezer are hot dog buns now. We ate all the frozen dinners.
Yep, that's it. Please.
Sounds like we're ordering propane. Getting more propane delivered to us. The drive in the truck is round and robust. It brings us propane through the dust and the snow.
Let me ask my husband. Hold on 1 moment.
Let's see what's going on. Yes?
JSW, if they come to the house, would we be paying by check or by card on file?
Card on file if they have my Wells Fargo card on
Yes,
file.
they do.
Yeah, we'll pay with that.
Okay. Thank you for holding. We're gonna charge with the card on file. 3 weeks out and normal deliveries on Wednesday. Okay. I do have a question too. We have like a bit of a snow bank. In
I'm
our
curious about this
driveway.
conversation.
Is it possible for them to still be able to? I mean, it's 3 weeks out, so we'll probably have less snow by then. But
They're not going to deliver for 3 weeks?
okay, okay. So as long as there's a pathway. Hold on 1 moment.
So it's going to be 3 weeks? Oh, well, I hope our existing supply of propane lasts that long. Okay, cool. Well, so it goes.
Okay, so
So yeah, we won't have any snow problem by then.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't have a snow problem by then, but I was just to make sure. All right. So, all right. So we'll wait for that to occur. Thank you. You too. Bye.
So it's going to take them 3 weeks to deliver propane here? Hopefully we have enough propane left.
No, I said it was at 20%.
Oh yeah? But I don't know if that's percentage or not. It was the number 22. But if it were percentage, then why wasn't it at 100 when they filled it up all the way to the top? Because when they filled it all the way up, it only went up to 80 something. Where does the last name Lapalosa come from? It comes from her parents.
Where's this yelling coming from? Yell! You silly boy.
Losa is Italian for sofa, and lap is the same as in English. So basically, the name Lapalosa means you can sit on their lap as though it were a sofa. That's how comfortable their laps are. I've never sat on Rachel's lap, but next Christmas she's promised to dress as Santa Claus. And then I'm going to try it out. Well, we don't have to worry about waiting for the propane people today. They're not going to be here for 3 weeks. I guess they must be swamped with requests for propane right now. It didn't take that long to get propane last time we called them.
I know.
They kind of
Do you
came
think
right
this-
away, didn't they?
Do you think they came right away?
So were her exact
Yeah.
words, "We are not going to be able to get up there for 3 weeks"?
Yeah.
Did she say why? Is it because of the road being one lane? Or is it because they just had too many people in front of us?
Waiting list, yeah.
A waiting list?
It's just surprising to me because last time when we told them how low our propane tank was, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna be right on this."
What
This
was it
time,
last time?
It was down to like almost nothing.
Was it 22 or was it below that?
It was probably 20.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I just don't know what those numbers mean. So,
Well,
I don't know how much propane we have left. 20 what? 20 gallons? I mean, it's got to be more than that because the thing holds 500 gallons. So, if 80 equals 500 gallons, then. Yeah, well, Miss Fortune, we are learning on the job here.
yeah, because we thought we were, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I thought we were good for a while with the amount that we got put in last time.
I know. I thought so too. But, I'm hopeful that the high consumption of propane links to a couple of things. One, we were stuck in the house all the time for a long time because we got snowed in and stuff. Two, without power, we were using these propane heaters, sometimes 24/7 for long stretches of the time. And so now that it's warming up a bit, hopefully we won't go through nearly as much propane. And when we leave the house, we should turn off the heater.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and that'll be fine.
Yeah.
And absolute worst case scenario, we run out of propane, and then until we get more, we have to use the space heaters when it gets cold, the electric space heaters, and we need to cook with just the microwave. That's the worst case scenario.
Okay, that's not so bad.
That's not so bad. And it's getting warmer, so hopefully we won't need as much heating as we have been needing. You need a lot of heating when it's snowing and a sleeting. So said Thomas Edison when he quoted Benjamin Franklin one time. It was just before you wake dream I had. Your son is 12 and a half. Well, good for him. He's nearly a baker's dozen. Hello, penguin. Who is a penguin? Am I a penguin? I hope I'm not a Penguineth Paltrow's vagina candle.
Oh no. Yes, Daddy knows so much about Gwyneth Paltrow's
the only reason I know about it is somebody brought it up on the live stream one time, and I was like, no. Maybe it was you who brought it up. I don't know.
Probably. There was like articles about it.
It's like, that can't be real. Yes, it is. I mean, you must really have a fully inflated opinion of yourself.
Oh,
To think that people, the market for, and that the wise consumers will want to purchase a candle that smells like your genitals. No. No. But I guess maybe Gwyneth Paltrow just made it for her own personal use, and she's not really trying to pitch to other people. Maybe she's just like, hey, look, I just really, really love the smell of this candle. If you guys want to buy it, that's fine. But, I can't let my stock of this candle go down because I need to constantly be smelling this candle. Maybe she's like that about it.
She wanted it to be her natural essence from her vagina.
Yeah. Well, she probably also has a butthole candle.
Oh, see, to be fair, if you're gonna go one way, you think it would go the other way too.
Well, you burn the butthole candles at night and the vagina candles during the day. Because the butthole candles emit black light from their fire. Whereas the vagina candles emit a gauzy, white, hazy light. That'd be cool if somebody could invent a candle that burned with black flame.
That would be. Is there not a magic trick like that?
I don't know. I mean, there might be some kind of chemical or whatever that you could add to a wick that, when it ignited, burned a certain color of flame. But I don't think they can do black. Eric, what's your electric bill like? Well, we'll find out what this month's electric bill is when we get the mail finally. We haven't gotten mail in a long ass time.
Yeah.
Regardless, the electric bill is not going to be as much of an issue as the propane bill because the central heating, is propane. So we did get like a 2 week electricity bill. And in those 2 weeks, we didn't have central heating. So we used nothing but we used space heaters the whole time. And the bill for those 2 weeks was like $95 or something.
Yeah.
But, you know, even if our energy costs up here are more expensive than they were in LA, well, that's to be expected. And, even if they're more expensive than we anticipated, it's sustainable, it's manageable, whatever. I sold my jars without any parts in them, and I got no buyers. So obviously, the addition of something else for free is always a draw, even if it's something you don't want. Would you like to buy this jar? No. There's a free fart inside of it. A free fart, huh? Okay. How much is it? $5. All right, that sounds like a good deal. Says it comes with something free. Now, with twice as much free fart, could be the next step up to get them again to purchase your jar. Why you have an excess of jars, I'm not sure. Perhaps, like us, you moved into a home that had preserving jars in place. Did we get rid of those? I don't remember.
What was it?
The jars to make preserves.
I think we kept. I don't know.
Maybe we kept them.
I think we kept them too.
Yeah, we do have jars here. Now I know what to do with them. Obviously, the problem is, heretofore, I've not been farting in those jars enough. That's how you increase their value. I wonder how many farts you can squeeze in one jar. You'd have to have some kind of airlock system to make sure the existing fart didn't get out when you try to put the new one in.
Yeah.
Because farts are notorious for darting out the door as soon as it's open and running out into traffic where they seep into the cabin of a passing big rig by the vent. Anywho, what are we doing today? Oh, right, we're going to town. We're going to town to go to the market. What else do we need to do today? I need to call Recology
Yeah, I'm gonna do that next.
and find out if they're going to come today and pick up our trash cans. If they are, say, good job. If they're not, say, well, what are you going to do about
What are you gonna do it then?
I don't know, like, never maybe, is what they're going to say.
And then if they say that there was a bill,
Like,
well,
our bills cannot possibly be late enough for us to be getting scolded for having a late bill, especially in this context.
you think, but it kind of got a little. JS West said that they couldn't come out until we paid our bill, and I explained that we've been snowed in.
We paid it already.
I paid it today.
You paid what bill?
I paid a bill that was late.
We pay when they delivered it last time?
Yes, but I guess for our
How much was the bill?
230.
What was it for? The tank rental?
I think so.
Oh. Well, okay, fine. I mean, why didn't they charge us that when they charged us to fill it up?
I don't know. They don't have a very good rating.
Well, whatever. Okay, well.
But it was taken care of. I'm just.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And when you explained that we weren't getting any mail, did they say, okay, I get that, or no?
Not really. I can't say that they were really sympathetic.
Those people. We're not paying our bill. We paid already for $1,500 worth of propane when we first got here.
Yeah.
They have the card on file. Why didn't they just charge it?
I know. Exactly. They had to get the okay.
Why didn't they call us? Well,
right. They haven't called us.
So okay. So they can fuck themselves then. Regardless, we'll get propane at some point. And
the point is we're getting propane at some point.
And if we really don't like them, there is an alternate propane delivery place, but they'd have to come in and take out the JW West tank and put in a new tank from their company, you know?
I guess we'll see.
So we'll just play it by ear. This next load of propane should last us a while because we won't be in the teeth of winter, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's all we had for a while was propane tank.
Yeah. Propane tank and our positive attitudes.
Yeah.
Together with our positive attitudes and our throwing away of our past, we manifested so much snow. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up and get ready to go to town. I might want to put some stuff to go to the dump in the car that's not household trash because I don't really, especially, but I might have to take household trash too to the dump. Um, I guess maybe when we go to the market, we'll get big yard trash bags that we could put kitchen trash bags in, and then we could maybe make a dump run later today.
Okay. Typology now.
Going to town, what it needs to be. And it turns out that all 16 personality types need to have food. So even ENTPs periodically must go into town to purchase groceries.
ETPs definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I like having lots of grocery choices too.
Me too.
I think this time I want to get lunch meat again with and another loaf of bread. I would like to get hamburger patties, hamburger buns. Uh, I want to get frozen dinners, but I also want to get um, maybe like one piece of meat and a couple vegetables or something, or you know something that can freeze meat wise. I don't want to be getting shit that goes bad and throw away. I'd like to get some pickles. I'd like to get a couple different kind of things of like cookies and shit. Like we should have Chips Ahoy in the freezer at all times. There should be some Chips Ahoy. We do have cheese. We don't normally buy eggs, but we might. Eggs and bacon sound good to buy. I like making eggs and bacon for breakfast. Um, it's a good hearty breakfast that prepares you calorically for the day ahead. Especially if you have sourdough toast. Now we don't have a toaster, but what we do have is an oven, which can be used to toast bread. It takes a little longer, and it's not as, you know, task specific as a toaster. Nevertheless, communities or tribes might sound less offensive than what? Than cults? Oh, well, yeah, cults don't have a very good reputation. The reason is because it always turns out to be some charismatic dude who wants to fuck all the chicks. You know? So that's the problem with cults. My puberty mood swings.
Puberty.
Puberty mood swings is a nice turn of phrase in general. I got puberty mood swings and puberty days, puberty tube pains and puberty ways. My pubis is in puberty and so's my pubic hair. With puberty occurring here, there, everywhere. My voice is dropping and I'm alarmed by a stench that now comes forth. Thank you. That's my puberty poem. I just recently started puberty myself, so bit of a late bloomer. Um, but I'm glad it finally happened, and I'm glad somebody finally told me that I'm never going to menstruate because I don't know how much money I've wasted on tampons over the last 30, 40 years, but anyhow, now that I'm an adolescent,
I don't know what just happened there.
I find that I'm getting acne. and that I'm getting products.
Ow, damn it. Ah.
Did he scratch you?
Blood and violence.
Did he draw blood?
I'm assuming. Yeah, he got me.
Oh. Sorry, darling.
It's okay.
You can use me as a candle wick. Dip me in wax, light me on fire, illuminate the book that you're reading with your spectacles.
Oh, wow.
Poor Rachel got scratched by Trouble. Trouble has claws that are basically like photon cutting beams, lightsabers, you might say.
It's time for you to go to work.
Trouble's claws are the biological equivalent of a very sharp chainsaw. You can't touch it at all, or else you'll lose a finger. He tore the hell out of my thumb one time in a similar context where it's like I was petting him, and then he got sick of passing. It was just like, pow!
Yeah. It's lightning fast, too.
Yeah, he is. He goes from a pleasant companion to a significant hand injury in a fraction of a second. Notice that MBTI memes are just as vague as astrology memes. Like you relate to a meme about every time, and that pisses me the hell off. Well, yeah, I mean, the only place you'll hear people correctly discussing cognitive functions is here. Obviously, behavioral correlates or correlates with an affect are not a good way to utilize the truth of cognitive functions. But, you know, just because most people use, just because most people use plastic grocery bags to line their trash cans doesn't it isn't an indictment on plastic grocery bags as plastic grocery bags. See what I'm saying? I actually prefer skits like Dear Kristen and Frank James. Oh, you should go there then and enjoy them. Because, you know, what they're doing there is so much better than this tripe that you're listening to. You don't want to befoul your ears any longer with these unnecessary verbiage barrages. It's inadequately dignified for your auditory processing. I say good day, sir.
What? I don't think we've checked.
Oh, I prefer this. You're much funnier like my new grandpa.
Hold
I don't know your new grandpa, but I guess he's much funnier than your old grandpa.
Eric, I'm sorry. Has anyone been by today for numerology?
Objective personality, incorrect about cognitive functions? Yeah. And its name can only be described as um, wildly hopeful or ironic.
Has anyone been by today for numerology?
I don't know. You want me to go look?
If you could.
I could go look.
I'm sorry, he's gonna go check now. If that's all right. Should I call back? My husband's gonna check right now. Okay. So should I call back or is it?
I'm gonna go and check. Yeah. No, they haven't been picked up. No, they haven't been picked up.
They have?
They have not.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Well, you know, when you're talking to people like about bills and services and stuff, it's just generally streamlines thing to refer to the other person as your husband or your wife. I call Rachel my wife all the time, but we aren't technically married yet, but we will be soon enough. We just have to complete all the ritual paperwork. Running in flip flops. Anxiety spike just watching that. Well, it's not icy up there anymore. It's only slippery when it's icy. So I'm not worried about slipping, but perhaps what you're worried about is that these flip flops don't have sufficient arch support. In which case, touche. Do I drop them both? I'm in a love triangle. And I have control. I don't know what to do. One I share full belief with but don't talk much, while I share less belief with one but talk every day, and it's only getting more and more awkward. Do I drop them both? I agree with the Cora show. You should merge them into one person. Selecting the best attributes from each and discarding the rest directly into the dumpster. Failing that, you should, instead of having a love triangle, turn it into a love square by acquiring yet a third person. And then ideally have two of those girls split off to make their own lesbian couple. And then you take the one that's left over. Or if you want to get seriously advanced level, go love Pentagon. Managing the dynamics of a love pentagon requires a whole defense department, formerly known as the Department of War. A love decadahedron is, of course, the maximally complicated intertwining of love interests. You're going to make a love octodecadahedron. Well, I guess you win. I guess now all my dreams are crushed. I hope you found that satisfying. I hope you found crushing my hopes and dreams satisfying, because they were all I had left. All I had left in my life was hopes and dreams, and my beautiful wife and my mansion in the woods. That's all I had left. And my wonderful daughter, and my YouTube channel. That's it. That's all I have. Oh, plus this weed, and I got a bunch of packs of cigarettes. That's all I need, and that's all I have. That and this fun new guitar. What I like about it is that it's not disassembled like my old guitar. It was impossible to play after I completely disassembled it for no reason. You know, what you might call a poor choice. This guitar is so basic, I couldn't even disassemble it if I wanted to. It just looks like there's nothing in on it, you know? I appreciate that. It's like a Swiss Army knife with just one knife on it. No corkscrew, no can opener, no bottle opener, no fish scaler, no little scissors that never cut anything. Just a knife. Members of the Swiss Army said, hey, I thought our knives were supposed to do more than just one thing. And they said, well, this is a special Swiss Army knife, a special edition that features one of a Swiss Army knife's features, namely the knife. You can tell it's a Swiss Army knife still because it's red, it has that little cross on it in white, and we're in Switzerland, we're in the army, and we're all questioning why Switzerland even has an army given its commitment to neutrality. So, let confusion reign. And as long as we're complaining, isn't it about time they started giving us guns? We are a nation's military force, the Swiss Army, and we're expected to wage war against potentially nuclear-armed opponents with these fucking little knives. I cannot remember the last time my corkscrew came in handy on the battlefield. Oh wait, actually it was Tuesday, but I can't remember a single time before that for months. The only reason it came in handy on Tuesday was I needed to extract the eyeball of a fallen enemy, and it wasn't coming loose. That's when you're really thankful that you're a member of the Swiss Army. We have these knives, which aren't just knives, needless to say. The biggest Swiss Army knife for the actual Swiss Army has inside of it a rowboat. Big enough to fit 2 people. Of course, naturally, enormous pockets. They have to hold military-grade Swiss Army knives. You need your pockets to be like a storage unit, I hear some Swiss Army units are equipped with Swiss Army knives that have St. Bernards attached to them with little bottles, with a little barrel of whiskey around their neck for hypothermic situations and so forth. But naturally, they're very small St. Bernards. I don't know if they're puppies or just a miniature variety of St. Bernard. Regardless, they're sized to fit in the military-grade Swiss Army knives. Also, for a lot of Swiss Army knives, they're mostly just watches. Pull out different watches, and they all do the same job, tell you what time it is, but some of them have a perpetual calendar on them. Also, most Swiss Army knives still do come with very secretive banking practices, which can help those of you who are trying to use your Swiss Army knife to evade taxes. Although, to be honest, the most high capacity banking secrecy knives are now made in the Bahamas. The Swiss have lost their stranglehold on secret banking market share. That's what they get for pussyfooting around with neutrality. Neutrality. A fancy way of saying, I can't decide. Switzerland, your perspective on international politics is like your cheese, full of holes. Switzerland, your decision to remain neutral is like your hot cocoa. Miss. Do you know that in Switzerland in the morning when they gargle, they use Switzerland? Switzerland? Yes, they do. That's just one of the many ways in which Switzerland is so wrong. And why we should all participate actively in Anti-Switzerland Day. International Anti-Switzerland Day is gaining more and more of a foothold on the international community as people are getting sick and tired of that damn Switzerland. You know, you could travel all over that whole country, all of the land, and never even encounter a single Switzer. It's false advertising, I tell you. And, like, what are they? Are they a Scandinavian country? Are they a Nordic country? Are they just a regular European country? Nobody even knows. If you ask 10 Switzerland people, 9 of them will tell you they're Australian. That's how wrong they are about even their own country. I mean, nothing good happens when your people's name rhymes with piss. You know? You're off to a bad start. I'm sorry, Switzerland. I don't mean to be talking shit, but the Swiss people rhyme with the piss people. That makes you very vulnerable to rap battles. You're going to be subject to that every single one, just about. Also, who cares about clocks? Stop caring about clocks so much. You know, the average Swiss person spends 90% of their time either looking at or making clocks. That's too much, if you ask me. The Swiss invented the concept of too much screen time. But instead of screens, it was clock faces. And they have a long history of staring hours and hours and hours of their days, staring at clocks, watching the hands move, saying to themselves, "We're so good at making clocks. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're so good at making clocks. We are Switzerland." That's their national anthem, actually. It was voted worst national anthem 10 years running, from 2001 through 2011. It was displaced briefly by Zimbabwe's new national anthem. "We're Zimbabwe, look at us. We gave all the land to black people. Why is there 1,000% inflation?" That was their national anthem briefly, but then they decided to change it, something more positive. Now their national anthem is "Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe, at least we're not Somalia," which is their primary claim to fame. They've got your standard run-of-the-mill, straight-out central casting warlord kind of strongman leader, but at least they're not Somalia. A lot of African countries have that going for them. You know which one doesn't? Somalia. because they are Somalia. Now, from what I understand, South Africa has announced recently that they're going to re-implement apartheid. Only this time, instead of putting the black people in shanty towns, they're going to put the white people in shanty towns. And the white people are saying, we don't want to live in shanties. So they've reached a compromise. From now on, all the white people will live in yurts. So that's what Rachel and I are going to do in town. We're going to go buy a yurt. Because it turns out that South Africa's rules apply to the rest of the world too. I think that the Netherlands people who settled South Africa, they should go back to the Netherlands. I want to go to South Africa and hold up a sign when Netherlands people go by. It says, go back to the Netherlands. Or, you Dutch should go back to Dutchland. And then in parentheses underneath that, the Netherlands. And then parentheses underneath that, Holland. Another sign I would hold up would say, and take your wooden shoes with you. Even though that's Denmark. Because, you know, Danes, Hollandaise people, they're all the same. It's all windmills and wooden shoes. All the way down. That's why I refuse to leave America. That is the country where they do it right. Here, my shoes are not made out of wood. And I don't have like 3 different names for my country. I was like, pick a name. Dutch people who live in Holland, which is actually the Netherlands, instead of in Deutschland, speak Dutch, they speak German in Deutschland. You guys are getting it all wrong. That's what I have to say about the Netherlands. They're getting everything wrong. From how they spell their country to their favorite color. Orange isn't a good color for a country. What kind of a country is orange? It's like if you go to the Netherlands, you're going to constantly think they're doing road work everywhere. Oh God, Caltrans is out again. No, it's just Dutch people wearing orange things. That's all. It's because the color orange wasn't discovered in the Netherlands until the 20th century, when California shipped the first orange to Europe. Needless to say, it was rotten by the time it arrived. But you could still see hints of the orange color. And they said, from now on, our soccer team is wearing this color. Lijo, good morning. Hello. How are you? I hope you are brimming with good cheer, good health, and lots of hopes and dreams. Because you know what sustains us? Our hopes and our dreams. Currently, I'm hoping that my dreams will be filled with hope. And that's what makes me carry forward through onto the next day, assured that all will be well. I don't understand that 11/11 trend. Well, it's very straightforward. When there are 4 number ones on your digital clock, you make a wish. And if you get the wish done before a number 2 appears, then it's guaranteed to come true. By the god of wish granting, Wishnalia, who is famous throughout human history for granting wishes only twice a day at 11:11 a.m. and p.m. Wishnalia doesn't use military time. You don't need to worry about that. There's no 13:11 in the evening. Another thing that is guaranteed to make your wish come true is if you blow out all of the birthday candles on your birthday cake. If you leave one of them still burning, then the opposite of your wish comes true. So that's a dangerous kind of wish making. It's like if you wish for good health for your family or whatever, and you don't quite blow out all the candles, it could be a bloodbath. A third famous kind of wish making is wishing upon a star. What people don't frequently realize is you cannot wish upon regular stars. You can only wish upon shooting stars, and then only if they're firing semi-automatic weapons. So there are a lot of stipulations for that kind of wish. Another context in which you can make a wish is when you throw a coin into a well. Now, if you are the owner of the well and you're drinking from the well, your wish is probably that people would stop throwing coins in it. However, if it's just a decorative well and you're gathering the coins, then your wish is probably more suckers, please. See how the mechanics of well wishing in wells, well, it depends if they're wishing wells or wells that are just being used for wishing. That's why before you try engaging in this stuff, you should get a PhD in wish making like I did. We need a TWSFP Discord. We need a blank. The next word should never be Discord. Okay? Discord is terrible. It's a place of poo and slovenly squalor and ill-intentioned blowhardery. It's not a place where particular people congregate, like Pall Mall cigarettes are. It's a place where non-particular, maybe people hurl themselves about in random directions. That's what Discord is. Discord is the lowest common denominator of discourse, but correctly named. I think what I'll do, Miss Fortune, is I'll build a well in the front yard that has a slot machine in the bottom of it. And then people can throw a coin in and wish to have good luck playing the slot machine. Climb down the ladder, play the slot machine until they run out of money. And then I'll gather it when they go away. Then I'll use that money to play the same slot machine. I'd be making so much money if I didn't keep playing the slot machine. Winston's mom is hanging at T-jumps. I hope she saw the message I sent. I said, can you stop hanging at T-jumps? Because that man is wicked with sin. Yeah, he didn't listen well to Eric. And he made Eric feel mad. And then anger transitioned to frustration, depression, cause that guy's an idiot. And so he shouldn't have presidential aspirations. No, he totally shouldn't. Yeah. Because if you see a slot machine at the bottom of a well, you're like, Ooh, that one definitely is going to pay because it's hard to get to. The casino is hiding that one because it's going to pay off so well. So I'm going to climb down this ladder and go play that slot machine. You think you're going to go listen to real music? Okay, well, check for all the indications of counterfeit music. First, get one of those pens and draw a line across it. That'll tell you if it's counterfeit. Second, bite it and see if you can dent it a little bit. If you can, it's real. Okay. Try all of those things. Then after that, come back and report on your progress. And don't forget to go to your Anal Wreckage Anonymous meeting this afternoon. It's not your fault. You're not alone, but you need to stop shoving such large things up your butt. The Florida's natural grapefruit juice box is not sized for a human being's anus. For one thing, it's too square. For another thing, it's too pointy. For a third thing, nobody's going to want to drink the juice after this has been up your butt. So, why did you lose it over at his? Had us all cringing hard? Well, I mean, I was once again sold a false bill of goods. I was told the conversation was going to be one thing, but it was abundantly clear when as soon as he came on camera, that he did not want to be there, already did not want to have a meaningful exchange with me, and was afraid of getting exposed, Whiskey Mike is inbound? I don't know who Whiskey Mike is. I mean, of course I'm going to freak out when I've been told over and over again that this guy is a smart guy and this guy is interested in talking to you about debate and stuff, and it turns out he's only interested in avoiding engaging any concepts at all. Naturally, I'm going to be very frustrated. You can't deal with the world properly without expecting properly of the world. And even if experience tells you your expectations might not be met again, it's still appropriate to give people the benefit of the doubt and go in expecting them to be capable of civil discourse and be a real adult human being, You might say, well, it's reasonable of them to expect me not to get so mad. I mean, I get mad all the time for the same reason, right? People don't listen to what I'm saying and don't respond on point. They ignore my words while expecting me to respond to theirs. I do respond to theirs, like any decent human being would when people are saying things that matter to them. That idiots seem to think they can just ignore what I say entirely and be having some kind of exchange with me is not acceptable. We shouldn't treat it as though it were acceptable. The only appropriate response to outrageous behavior is outrage. So, I'm sorry that it made you socially uncomfortable, Boba Fett, or that it incited from you this conference of negative FE impacts onto me. But nevertheless, it's like I'm not going to expect myself to behave well or better than I do in response to somebody who's behaving abhorrently, right? So if I freak out because I see somebody torturing an animal, it might be the case that it was a non-optimal response in terms of getting the impacts I desired or something like that. But you're missing the point entirely, right? It's like, appropriately, I'm freaking out because that's awful. Similarly with what T-Jump was doing. Are we there to have a conversation or not? Are we there to talk about actual things that he says and address them and have him address what I say? Or is he just there to avoid any kind of intellectual engagement about anything he says? He's just there to be unchallenged entirely. You know, I'm not. I'm not his Huckleberry in that regard, for sure. I'm not going to simply listen to somebody spew nonsense and not correct it. And of course, since he's saying these words to me, I expect him to be ready to discuss the topic in a real way, you know? Not have such a mindlessly simplistic notion like you can only justify prospective action by pointing to stuff that's already worked before, right? That's insane. We should all have been appalled, you know? This is a person who's positioning himself as a political pundit and as somebody who's potentially qualified to be president of the United States of America and can't even, has no concept even of how one justifies prospective action in different possible ways besides just referencing past examples of the same thing working. I mean, it's just such a myopic understanding of public action and of justification protocols. You know, it's mind-boggling that somebody with that little competency could be that committed to something he's so incredibly bad at the expense of everybody else in the country. Granted, he's not a hugely influential voice, so there's very little impact, but it impacts everybody negatively when the quality of discourse about public policy is dragged down into the dirt by idiots, you know? It's not the work to hand to the dumbest kid in the class, right? You're talking about the preservation of a civil society through our constitutional democracy that needs its statesmen to know what the fuck they're doing. You know, it's like America produces a lot of very smart people, very capable people. It produced me, right? So all we need to do as a country is start to recognize that we actually want the best people in government that we can get based on the quality of the candidate, the individual person who has some kind of aspirations in politics. We need to evaluate those people on their merits, independent of our own politics. We need to evaluate them. Are they competent as statesmen? Are they competent in their justification protocols? Do they understand the distinction between public business and private business and the complex web of legal issues associated accordingly? Yes, of course, you need somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing to do a job as important and complex as the president. I don't expect other people to be able to do that job. I think it's reasonable to expect other people to recognize that they need to take voting seriously, you know? Like, okay, I know I've got a lot of my passions caught up in politics and stuff, but this is too important. Let's elect some sane, detached, rational, and deeply knowledgeable adults, right? Let's elect Eric. But T-Jump, you know, from what I can tell, convinces a lot of people that he's a reasoned voice of some sort. Probably because he's kind of middle of the road about certain things. I don't know. But He's the exact opposite. He's the pantomime of somebody engaged in political thought or discourse. He's a farcical pantomime of that. The idea that he prefers not to have a structured exchange of ideas tells you everything you need to know. He doesn't want his bullshit to be subject to the appropriate level of scrutiny, which is absolutely necessary when doing the public's business, you know? He didn't even recognize that I was doing him a great service when I was ripping apart his bullshit, you know? When I'm saying, okay, no, that's not true. And here's a counterexample to demonstrate how it's not true. And here's a brilliant policy prescription on the most important contemporaneous domestic issue. It's not going to be forever, right? And you're reacting to it because you're personally threatened and bothered by my correctness and how it exposes you. It's, you have a duty as a patriot and an American to put aside your pride for a second, learn something, recognize what actual competency looks like, what actual qualifications look like, you know, and what they sound like, what actual good discourse sounds like. Learn something for fuck's sake, you know? But no. I gotta position myself as I know best, even though I clearly don't know anything because I'm a fucking retard. Unable or unwilling, it doesn't matter which, that behavior needs to be quashed. You know, it's like whenever anybody observes it in the world, it needs to be stomped upon. It is never acceptable to both position oneself to speak about politics and then be unwilling to engage in ways that do productive intellectual work, namely to improve your own perspectives by excising wrongnesses and only keeping rightnesses, you know? If you think that political discourse is primarily about advocating for your side, then you have no business engaging in political discourse at all. Because there are no static sides, really, in politics stuff. You're always, if talking about it meaningfully, talking about a prospective or proposed piece of legislation, some kind of actual advocacy that links in specific ways to actualities in the status quo. When people who are not qualified to talk about politics, they talk about wedge issues as though, you know, like whether you're pro or anti-abortion matters. What matters is that it's a state's issue. So if you're going to vote for a state candidate based on their abortion position, well, first of all, if you're like in most states, if you're in what most states are like, then that issue is 100% one way or 100% the other way, and the population heavily leans that way. So you don't have to worry about your desired position getting dislodged if you're with the majority, and you have no chance of getting your desired position to replace it if you're in the minority. So why would you vote on that issue at all? It makes no sense. But it definitely makes no sense to vote on it at the federal level, right? Nor does it make any sense to try to establish whether a candidate is environmentally friendly or their position on guns and stuff, or vote on those kind of things. Because none of those issues independently is as important as somebody who executes the process of representing constituency correctly. You know, if you represent your constituency correctly and engage in a principled execution of your duties as an elected official, you don't have to worry about what anybody's position is on anything specific. If they end up behaving in a way that is contrary to what your preferred position is, you know at least they did so as a consequence of executing the correct processes, not because they arbitrarily selected the position that they liked better. So at least you know that your position lost fairly, even if it doesn't convince you that it should have lost. You know that the person's not being just a shitty, spiteful other team guy, right? And he's not just behaving for political theater purposes. He's not just behaving to, pander to the base, as they say. The American people need to elect as their representatives and other officials that they elect people who are genuinely committed to doing the job right, much more so than doing the job well. If somebody's convinced they're going to go in there and do the job well, then they believe they have more control over outcomes than they do. All you can do is do the job right. Doing the job right maximizes all good outcomes and minimizes all negative outcomes. But the world's somewhat unpredictable, and you can't evaluate ultimately whether somebody has done a good job of being an elected official by seeing what the results of the world's chaos were during their time in office. You have to actually evaluate whether the votes they cast or the vetoes they signed or whatever, whether or not that was in keeping with doing the job correctly. If it was, then they've done the best that anybody can possibly do, because nobody can perfectly predict outcomes, and government has to take some action predicated on anticipated outcomes and in the absence of complete information. That doesn't mean we can justify shit with utilitarianism. It does mean that we sometimes have to make decisions on probabilities of predicted impacts and not on certainties. So, it's like poker. You can make the right decision for sure, but you cannot guarantee you're going to get the right outcome, right? You can't guarantee you're going to get the outcome you like, even if you got the best hand, unless you got the absolute nuts. And that's a stark minority of the times that you do shit. Eric, people don't want to be yelled at, lol, whether it's teach-up or the audience absorbing that. I know how it goes sometimes, but even if you're right, it is what it is. Well, I mean, yeah, I get it. People don't want to be yelled at. Do people want to be ignored? Because I don't. I don't want my words to be ignored. If you're having a conversation with me, I expect reciprocity regarding the fact that I will listen to your words and respond to what you say. And can you please do me the same courtesy? I mean, what's more of a problem? People ignoring someone's words, or that person yelling at them for doing that? This is something I've encountered many times. I get outraged by something, yell about something, and people say, hey, you're getting too emotional, you're flying off the handle. I'm not the fucking problem here. The thing I'm mad about is the problem. I am appropriately mad about it. If I wanted to maximize outcomes, would I optimally, nevertheless, engage in a more calm fashion? Sure. But I'm not there to work hard to make it more pleasant for an idiot who's got no business playing in these waves. As far as the audience goes, it's not my channel. I don't give a fuck. And when it is my channel, mostly I still don't give a fuck. So, you know, I mean, it wasn't a misunderstanding, right? This is the kind of bullshit that happens. This is why I get so furious, right? That guy was making completely nonsense points that I was absolutely destroying with my rebuttals to them. And he was then just ignoring what I just said and moving on to something else, shifting ground, acknowledging nothing, learning nothing, caring not at all about doing his responsible part as a civil human being, while I concurrently was expected to and delivered on fulfilling my responsibility to be a civil human being who actually listens to what the other person says and responds to what the other person says and doesn't just ignore the parts he doesn't like. So, yeah. Am I going to keep yelling at people who are guilty of that malfeasance? Yes. Will their malfeasance always be the problem and my yelling never be the problem? Yes. Correct. That is how it is. Ne'er-do-wells and meekity-meows are not somehow less culpable for their bullshit when I yell at them for it. They're more accountable for it because I'm yelling at them, but they're no less culpable for it. No bad things occur except you audience people watching that video don't like it as much, I guess. Well, blame him, not me. I'm not the one who created a context in which my righteous, indignant yelling was a naturally occurring phenomenon. If he had pissed in my face, I also would have yelled at him. Would that have been okay? Because that's what he did discursively. He pissed in my face. I don't like it when people piss in my face, and it tends to make me yell at them. Understandably. After all, I didn't piss in his face. I just yelled at him. I listened to what he said and responded to it on point. The basic responsibility everybody has who wants to engage somebody in a conversation about anything that matters. So, yeah. Now, I'm over here shitting on him because, after all, he pissed in my face and then ran away in terror. So, does he deserve the heaping turds that are gathering like a snowdrift upon his face? Yes. Does he deserve me to shove them into his mouth and make him eat them and swallow them? Yes, he does. Is that what I'm doing metaphorically? Yes, it is. And he should write me a thank you note for allowing him to learn from this thorough thrashing. Are we clear regarding my position on this matter now? You may still not agree with it, but hopefully you agree that Eric's pretty clear about it. Yes. People who disrespectfully engage in contemptuous behavior deserve no respect and heaping scorn and contempt. Obviously. Can you imagine if I was a shepherd and I invited you over and your sheep over to come share some hay, me and my sheep, you and your sheep, and when I arrived, instead you only had hay for your own sheep, and for my sheep, you kept saying, they're fine, they don't need to eat any food or drink any liquid. Well, that's what happened to me. And I said, hey, I thought you were a shepherd. You're supposed to know that all sheep need food and water. And then I had to watch him make a sweater out of wool that was still attached to the sheep. And I said, that's animal cruelty. Plus, how are you going to wear that sweater? You're going to have a sheep on your back kicking and trying to get loose. And he said, no, I won't. I'm not here to anything. I don't know how you make sweaters. I said, well, it's how you make sweaters if you want your sweater to always have a sheep attached to it. I don't hear anything you say. My sweaters are pants. My face is a head. My whatever. Okay. He majored in contemporary retardation. He got his bachelor's degree, his BA, in contemporary retardation. I've got vagaries and feelings that I think qualify me for public office. I think being rational means not yelling at people. Aw, how cute. How cute. The half-wit thinks it's an adult. Well, I'll tell you where I really shine is scathing litanies of insults. All sparkling with linguistic prowess, you know. When I really tear into somebody, everybody says, hark, is that the voice of a prophet? To which I reply, you tell me, friend, you tell me. And then Jeff Shaw says, no, you're not! And a wonderful time is had by all. Today I'm practicing being unlikable. I said to myself last night before I got 3.5 hours of sleep, I said, Eric, you know what? You're much, much too warm and cuddly, much too likable. You're never going to succeed that way. What you've got to do is be more of an arrogant prick all the time. That's how you're going to expand your horizons and maximize impacts. And so, here we see me following through, faithfully, not changing horses in this dream, and being likable as fuck. I'm as likable as Shirley Temple crossed with Carson Daly, crossed with a pony, crossed with a trip to Hawaii. That's how likable I am. I won the Nobel Prize in likability. It's just as significant and meaningful as the Nobel Peace Prize. Which is to say, hugely, hugely significant and meaningful. Without handing out Nobel Peace Prizes, this world would be in constant state of war. But God bless Barack Obama and his illegal murder campaign via drone, because he won the Nobel Peace Prize. The next year, I believe it was my dick that won the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, because it did broker a ceasefire between the Palestinians and the Israelis. They were all admiring it in the combo Jewish-Muslim bazaar that sits atop the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. You can get matzo ball soup with halal pork in it. Yeah, a subsection of Muslims in Jerusalem consume pork, but they have very strict protocols as to how to eat it. First, they gotta kill it with a blunt instrument like a club. Then they've got to scrape the entrails out with their bare fingers, rub them all over their bodies, and then ask Muhammad for forgiveness, and then they can eat it only if it's bacon. So, I mean, I think a lot of religions acknowledge that bacon doesn't count as pork. It gets a special exemption based on its deliciousness. Even vegans, I think, eat bacon. That's really the only reason why they're able to stay alive. If vegans really didn't eat any meat at all, they'd die of starvation. So most vegans eat just vegetables and pork, but only bacon. Because something that crispy and delicious can't possibly have ever been an animal. It was always meat from the moment it was born. Born to be bacon. And that should wrap up the stream, I think. Now that we know that pigs are born to be bacon, and so it's boring to be faking your interest in bacon, you should just admit it. Say, okay, fine. I am going to be vegan, but I will eat bacon. Bacon, beef, chicken, and that's it. Other than that, I'm going to be totally vegan. And just pork, beef, and chicken, and vegetables. That's called American vegan. We only eat farm animals and vegetables. It's the same thing as vegan because you eat things that are from a farm. You don't eat wild animals, Because it's like if vegans really didn't eat cows, pigs, and chickens, and they convinced everybody else not to eat them, that's just dooming those species to extinction. I mean, they're never going to survive on their own. Chickens can barely survive with people taking very careful care of them. They just die so easily. And pigs, all that soft pink skin, they're going to get a sunburn. Bears will eat them. Cows, I mean, if you let all the cows go free, America would just become India. We'd have cows walking around everywhere and going into your house, and you have to clean up cow poop from your carpet. Because, if you're not going to eat them, where are all the cows going to go? They're just going to wander around aimlessly, all sad. Can't we please go back to our barn? No, we don't need you anymore. Go away. Isn't it sad? Can't you hear that Sarah McLachlan song playing over video footage of sad cows holding signs up? We'll give cow rides for hay. They have to have somebody else write the sign for them because they only have hooves. It's tragic. You don't want that to happen, vegans. You don't want that to happen. Anyway, I'll come up with some sort of policy agenda to deal with the coming plague of homeless cows that we're going to be inundated with as soon as the vegans get their way. In the meantime, stay strong, America, and the world. I love you. Goodbye and good night.